Good morning. We are live from Council Chamber. Before we begin, I'll go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from the security to evacuate, and Council takes direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to the ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to call the September 3rd meeting of Utility Committee to order, and I will start by acknowledging that we meet today on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory in the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Blackfoot, the Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll start with a roll call. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. We're joined also by Councillor Rutherford in Chambers.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I don't see anybody else online. Maybe missing some.
Councillor Wright is online. Good morning.
Sorry. Councillor Wright, good morning. Councillor Rice, good morning.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe, good morning. Councillor Knack, good morning.
Good morning.
Apologize, had the wrong list open. I'll take a motion for adoption of the agenda.
So moved. I will move that we adopt the September 3rd Utility Committee meeting agenda with the following change, the addition of 7.2, attachment 5.
Thank you. Please vote on adoption of the agenda.
Councillor Jens.
Still loading, yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Adoption of the minutes. Anyone?
I'll move adoption of the minutes from the June 24th, 2024 Utility Committee meeting.
Thank you. Please vote on adoption of the minutes. Any errors or omissions? Seeing any, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Are there any protocol items this morning? Not aware of any. Selection of items for debate. I will select item 7.2. Councillor Stevenson.
I'll select 7.1.
Thank you. Those are both items. No other items. So, requests to speak.
I'll move that Utility Committee hear from the following speaker in panels when appropriate. On 7.1, EPCOR Water Services 2023 Performance-Based Regulation Progress Report, Natasha Toffoli, remote.
Thank you. Please vote on hearing from that speaker.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. There are no time-specific items on the agenda, so we will move directly to item 7.1. EPCOR Water Services 2023 Performance-Based Regulation Progress Report. Invite our delegation down to the front. Good morning. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Frank Manarino. I'm the SVP of Water Services for EPCOR. Good to see everyone. So with me to do this presentation is Saqib Chaudhary, who's our Director of Regulatory and Business Planning, Susan Ansell, who's our Director of One Water Planning, and Craig Bonneville, who's our Director of Engineering and Technical Services. So we have three items we want to discuss with you today under item 7.1. The first one is the 2023 Water Utilities Progress Report. So this is a requirement under the applicable bylaws for both water and wastewater to provide a progress update on the performance-based regulation framework. It is for the year 2023, but because we operate in the performance-based regulatory framework in envelopes, and there are two envelopes of relevance here, the water one, 2022 to 26, and the wastewater, 2022 to 24, our comments and discussion will really cover the entirety of that period in both in things like capital and operating costs, etc. So that's item number one. The second item is to give you a progress update on our demand management measures work. So that is water curtailment strategy, if you will. And that is follow-up to the Smith event from January of this year, along with some learnings from the Calgary event. So we'd like to share with you our thinking on that and where we'd like to go. And then the third item is related to infrastructure risk management. So in our report, we have provided this year information around how we manage the specific risks related to water and wastewater in the city. And we'll provide some commentary on that in the presentation here today. So with that, then, we'll start with the 2023 financial review, and I'll turn it over to Saqib.
Good morning, councillors, and thank you, Frank. For this portion of the presentation, we'll focus on the financial results relative to what was reflected in the PBR forecast for 2023, as well as highlight our operational performance measures relative to the approved performance standards. Next slide, please. Starting with the, actually, I'll get you in advance. One more slide, and one more. There we go. There's a snapshot of our financial performance for 2023. So this slide here provides a high-level summary of the 2023 financial results, and although there are some variations which can be expected, on an overall basis, financial results are in line with the approved PBR forecast for 2023. And we'll go through some of these items line by line. Across all of the utilities, we saw higher than forecast revenues, and as a result, on a combined basis, revenue was $624 million, versus a forecast of $612 million. So that represents a 1.9% variance, which reflects a combination of higher customer growth as well as higher than expected inflation when rates were determined for 2023. Similar to revenues, our actual operating costs in 2023 were also higher than the PBR forecast for each of the utilities, and on a combined basis were approximately $12 million or 3.9% higher than forecast. Again, this variance is primarily attributed to higher than forecast inflation and higher allocation of costs to city water customers as a result of higher consumption volumes in Edmonton. And that was driven by the fact that we had strong growth within the Edmonton region in 2022 and 2023. Despite the higher than forecast inflation, we were able to partially offset some of these costs by operational cost savings across various cost categories that are detailed in our report. In terms of capital expenditures, on an overall basis, they're slightly lower than the PBR forecast by approximately 4%, and this is primarily due to the timing of wastewater treatment capital expenditures, which we'll talk about in a subsequent slide. And turning your attention to the ROE, on an overall basis, the return on equity was $3.7 million lower than forecast, or 3%. And what was driving that was, again, the higher than forecasted impacts of inflation, combined with the fact that we had higher forecast debt costs as a result of higher interest rates in 2022 and 2023. And the last item on this slide shows the rate base, and what the rate base is it's the cumulative investment, the net book value in the utilities, and it's 1.4% lower than forecast. And again, this represents variations in the timing of when capital projects were completed. So based on these results, it's clear that the 2023 actual results are largely reflective of the amounts approved in our PBR forecast. Next slide, please. So turning our attention to customer counts and consumption for 2023, this slide provides a summary of site counts, total consumption, as well as per site consumption. So it's important to note that the PBR forecast was developed during the COVID-19 pandemic, and there was considerable uncertainty in terms of assumptions related to customer growth, as well as the timing of when water consumption patterns would return to normal. As a result, 2023 water consumption was higher than anticipated than the PBR forecast across all three customer classes. In terms of customer counts, we experienced higher than forecast customer growth in all three customer classes. The actual growth levels for 2023 are more closely aligned to historical growth trends versus what was reflected in the PBR forecast. As I noted earlier, the forecast was prepared during the COVID-19 pandemic, so there was considerable uncertainty, and the forecast reflected lower than anticipated customer growth. In addition to the growth in customer volumes, other factors that contributed to the increased consumption include, for 2023, we had a unusually hot and dry summer relative to prior years, which contributed to higher consumption per customer across all customer classes. We saw higher residential per site consumption reflecting continued work from home, which was not reflected in our 2023 forecast. So for example, for 2023, our average actual residential per customer consumption was 13.8 cubic meters per month compared to the forecast of 13.2. And finally, on the commercial side, consumption recovered to pre-pandemic levels sooner than anticipated, as illustrated by the 18% increase in the commercial consumption per customer. Next slide, please. Over the next three slides, we'll focus on the capital for each of the utilities. We'll start off with in-city water and provide a breakdown of how we fared in 2023 relative to the forecast, as well as an updated projection for the PBR term. So for water, 2023 is the second year of a 5-year PBR term, and we continue to expect some adjustments for the overall projected spend as we reassess priorities and accommodate third-party driven capital programs, such as franchise work and growth-related projects. For 2023, capital expenditures for water were approximately $9 million higher than forecast, and the primary driver for this increase relates to projects supporting growth in the city and other third-party driven capital projects. However, for the 5-year PBR term, our capital expenditures are projected to be about 38% higher than originally forecast. And we can break that down into three categories that are driving that increase. First, there's approximately $43 million related to projects that were delayed and carried into the current PBR term from the previous 2017 to 2021 PBR term. And examples of those projects are the Kizikau-Pism Solar Farm and battery storage system due to regulatory and bylaw delays, delayed implementation of the phosphoric injection for lead control due to delays associated with COVID-19, and then finally, our water drainage real estate consolidation project, which was delayed due to timing, changes in scope, and a need to address higher than expected construction bid costs. Also contributing to this variance is about $58 million related to increases for our water treatment flood protection projects, for which our scope has now been further refined and reflects updated cost estimates. This is a very complex project which involves the construction of barriers, including concrete walls and berms, to protect the plants from flooding in the event that the river overtops its banks. So this project will protect the water treatment plants that provide drinking water to approximately 1.3 million Albertans across 90 communities, and is a key component of our stormwater integrated resource plan. And finally, $53 million related to projects associated with supporting growth and customer requirements. This increase reflects higher than anticipated volumes of utility infrastructure reload requests from the city related to the LRT expansion, the Yellowhead Trail upgrade, water distribution main relocates, as well as an increase in developer-driven growth projects such as the Transmission Mains Program and Water Services Connections Program. These developer-driven programs support growth across the Edmonton region and more specifically in the southeast, southwest, and northeast Edmonton. Next slide, please. On this next slide, we've got a summary of the wastewater treatment capital for 2023. And although 2023 capital expenditures are lower than forecast for wastewater treatment, over the PBR term, total capital expenditures are projected to be only slightly greater than forecast by $7.6 million. And this reflects our significant efforts to rebalance the capital program in response to changing priorities while mitigating risks and maintaining performance standards. Examples of some of the rebalancing that we've done over the PBR term include a shift in the timing of our Clover Bar biosolids dewatering facility. And so what we've done is, due to higher than anticipated costs, we've deferred this project into a future PBR term, and we're assessing various options that we can do to mitigate some of the cost impacts, including using a third-party mobile dewatering facility. We've also extended the completion schedule for other projects, for example, the Gold Bar primary effluent channel, as well as electrical upgrades at the plant site, in order to minimize operational disruptions and to better plan for addressing these complex projects. As a result of this reprioritization of the capital program at Gold Bar, we've been able to accelerate other life cycle programs with higher priority, including our Utility Rack West project, our biogas system upgrade, as well as our scrubber upgrades. On an overall basis, the reliability and life cycle replacement projects at Gold Bar are projected to be $4.2 million lower than originally forecast, which reflects a small variance of less than 3%. Next slide, please. On this slide here, we've got a summary of our wastewater collection capital. And so for 2023, our capital expenditures were $3.7 million lower than forecast, and over the PBR term are projected to be slightly greater than forecast by about 4%. This, similar to wastewater treatment, reflects various shifts between programs as we continue to refine and reprioritize our overall capital program to address asset condition, mitigate risk of failure, and maintain required service levels, all while remaining close to the approved capital envelope. Significant shifts in the capital program include higher spending on drainage system rehab projects of $41 million to address asset condition and mitigate the risk of failure, higher than forecasted spend on our corrosion and odor reduction program of approximately $18 million, and that was driven by accelerating completion of work at the Duggan Tunnel, as well as rehab of our North Edmonton sanitary large trunk line. These are offset by lower spend on our dry pond programs of approximately $14 million, primarily due to longer than anticipated timeframes for land assembly and public consultation. And so we'll be deferring some of these expenditures into a future PBR term. And we also had lower spend on our drainage neighborhood renewal program of approximately $24 million, which was driven by the need to focus on more higher priority emergency drainage system rehab projects. Next slide. Over the course of the next 3 slides, we've summarized our operational performance measures. And these are pretty busy slides, and what I'm going to do is just highlight a few items on here. And so just to remind everybody, as part of our PBR framework, in addition to the financial measures, we've also got performance measures which ensure that we continue to provide safe, reliable utility service. So for each of the utilities, a number of performance standards have been established and reflected in indices designed to measure performance in the areas of water or wastewater quality, customer service, system reliability, the environment, and finally safety. So starting off with water, we met or exceeded performance standards on 4 of the 5 indices. The only performance measure for which water services did not meet the prescribed standard was the water quality measure. However, the actual result was only slightly below the standard. The water quality measure actual result was 99.6% versus a standard of 99.7%. And this is a measure of the water quality test results that meet or exceed all regulatory requirements as well as our own internal stricter water quality standards. So for a little bit more background, in 2023, we collected and tested approximately 55,000 samples, and all but 4 water quality tests met regulatory requirements. Subsequent follow-up on those 4 tests determined that they were all from a single location, and we were able to determine that there were no specific water quality issues. In addition, we had 217 samples that did not meet our stricter internal water quality standards. However, approximately a third of these related to us temporarily raising chlorine dosing at the plants to address issues one of our regional customers was experiencing. So in addition to maintaining our water quality standards, we're continually looking to improve our processes. So in 2024, we're reviewing our water quality sampling processes and methodologies to ensure that we've harmonized these across the business unit. For the other 4 remaining indices, we exceeded the performance minimum standards, but I'd like to highlight a couple of key performance standards where we exceeded the minimum standard. So for example, the planned construction impact measure, we achieved a score of 99.1% versus a standard of 95.8%. And what this standard measures is the percentage of planned construction where we've notified the impacted customers and completed the work within the prescribed timeline. In 2023, our performance standard exceeded the PBR standard as a result of refining processes, ongoing training, as well as focusing on communication. We also saw improved performance with respect to water main breaks, both in the volume of main breaks and also our ability to respond effectively within a 24-hour period. So in 2023, we experienced 265 main breaks versus a standard of 365, and we were able to resolve 96.8% of main breaks within 24 hours compared to a standard of 95.5. And that's important as prior to 2023, we consolidated our operations into a single facility at Orem. So we ensured that we had processes in place to ensure that we could restore water within the established timeframes. Next slide, please. On the next slide here, we've got our wastewater treatment performance measures. And for wastewater treatment, we exceeded performance standards on 3 of the 4 indices. And this is due to a lower than minimum standard score on the biosolids inventory reduction measure within the System Reliability and Optimization Index. In 2023, wastewater treatment achieved an actual score of 0.91 versus a target score of 1.05 on this measure. And this is a measure of the 3-year average of biosolids removed from the Clover Bar basins relative to the biosolids deposited at the basins. The lower score is attributed to lower solids contents of biosolids removed for hauling and issues with the dredging equipment at site. In 2024, we're exploring alternative methods for biosolids removal. Other than this item, wastewater treatment exhibited strong performance in all other measures. Next slide, please. On this slide here, we've got a summary of our wastewater collections performance measures. And again, the service quality is measured by 4 indices, and performance for 2023 met the minimum standards across all categories. Specific items of note where we made improvements relative to 2022 include the green hectares measure, the sewer odor hotspots, and full property proofing inspections. For the green hectares measure, wastewater collections achieved a score of 94.7 hectares versus a standard of 90 hectares. This is a measure of the area where the volume of green infrastructure managed runoff is spread evenly to a 15-millimeter depth, and contributing to this improvement were a number of factors. In 2023, a significant number of large low-impact development projects were completed, such as LRT, E.L. Smith, flood mitigation, as well as the Pleasant View neighborhood renewal. We also implemented new processes for tracking and recording green hectares associated with on-site storage and multifamily and industrial, commercial, and institutional sites. And finally, we also initiated a compliance inspection campaign in the latter part of 2023 to reactivate storage on existing multifamily and commercial and institutional sites, which contributed to our success on this measure. In regards to the sewer odor hotspots measure, we achieved an actual score of 4.7% versus a standard of 14.5%. And this measure is calculated as the percentage of the areas within the city with odor hotspots relative to the city as a whole. Contributing to our success on this measure, in 2023, we had 3 lift station optimizations which were completed and installed 73 one-way flaps across the city, targeting work in the downtown and Lauderdale areas. We also completed construction of 5 new access maintenance holes on trunks and odor hotspot areas, which contributed to our ability to increase inspections as well as complete trunk cleaning. This work will continue into 2024 as we continue to have a focus on minimizing the impact of sewer odor on customers. And finally, we saw an improvement on our full property flood proofing inspections measure. We increased the volume of inspections completed as we expanded the program to include multifamily residences. For 2024, a new inspection methodology for industrial, commercial, and institutional properties will be developed for launch in 2025. And with that, I'll turn it over to Susan to share details on our demand management measures.
Thank you, Sakib. Good morning, Mayor, Councillors. As mentioned, I'm Susan Ansell. I'm the Director of One Water Planning at EPCOR, and I'm going to go through the work that we've been doing in terms of reviewing our demand management measures as follow-up from the E.L. Smith plant. So next slide, please, and one more slide as well. Thank you. So as mentioned, I'd like to start with just a quick overview of our demand management measures, when they were first created, and sort of the history of them. So we started in the early 1990s when we were first facing the potential to need to expand the Alesmith water treatment plant. At that time, our constraint was summer lawn watering, and it was triggering the need for a very expensive plant expansion. At that time, we decided to explore the use of demand management measures, which would basically work in cooperation with our customers to reduce water consumption during short time frames to allow us to reduce the need for a very expensive plant expansion. The program included two components. Part of it was increased water conservation, and the other part was focused on short-term requests for people to conserve water. The chart here is showing how per capita consumption in Edmonton has dropped since the 1990s. So you can see, from 1970 to 1990, it was relatively flat. We started our programs in 1990, and we started to drive down basically consumption patterns in the community. And the blue bars in particular are the seasonal water consumption, and so people are definitely watering their lawns differently. The green chart on there is showing the total demand in the city. So although we've been reducing on a per capita basis, we've been continuing to grow as a city, and so it's allowed us to continue to supply our customers while at the same time optimizing capital. Next slide, please. So our demand management measure protocols, as created in the 1990s, consisted of three protocol definitions. So the first was Demand Management A, which was an internal operations curtailment. And internal operations included EPCOR, City of Edmonton, and our regional customers. And so we would look at things like stopping street cleaning, stopping hydrant flushing, reducing water main commissioning, doing various things that, that the customers didn't have to cooperate with us on. Measure B was a voluntary measure where we would appeal to the public, asking them to reduce their water consumption. And then Measure C was a mandatory reduction of non-essential water use. The chart on the right shows that we haven't invoked Measure C in over 20 years. And I think we invoked it a couple of times prior to that. Most recently, I guess I'd also highlight from 2008 to 2015, demand management measures were not required at all. We expanded the Alesmith water treatment plant in 2007, and so with the increased treatment capacity, we did not have that restriction. But the city is continuing to grow. And so as we start to grow, we start to see these different types of events that can trigger the need to call demand management. And so the first is, of course, the demand, the original protocol that this was created for. And so we've only invoked Demand B back in 2021. We do continue to see river quality challenges and infrastructure constraints as something that we need to look at. And so every 5 years when we're doing our IRP reviews, we look at these types of things and identify which capital programs we need to implement in order to avoid a future need for demand management in further years. So they're basically triggers for us to initiate a capital project. Next slide, please. So when we wanted to step back and look at our demand management measures, and based on the feedback we had from the Alesmith event, we understand that we need to look at both customer demands as well as treatment capacity. And so this chart here is showing just basically how customer demands in Edmonton are allocated. Our average demands can reach a high of 600 megaliters per day in the summer, compared to our average daily demand of 360 million liters per day. And that variation is primarily driven by outdoor water use, but also seasonal variation in terms of how our commercial customers use water. So for example, the schools are not in operation in the summer, so there's less demand for education. Water versus irrigation will be high across all categories. Our regional customers have also grown considerably since the original protocol was put in place. When in 1990 they were 15% of our demand, and now they're closer to 27%. Our non-revenue water is also a big success story for Edmonton. We were sitting close to 10% when we started demand management measures, and now we're down to 6% non-revenue water. So again, well below the provincial target recommended of 10% for that. And so non-revenue water applies to water lost through main breaks, water used for hydrant flushing, street cleaning, those type of aspects. And so we've been much more efficient in how we use water. Next slide, please. When we look at our plant capacities, Edmonton is a little bit unique in that our river is quite variable. So river temperatures can range from almost 0 degrees Celsius in the winter to 20 degrees Celsius in the summer. That allows us to produce much more water in the summer with the same infrastructure because the chemical reactions are faster. And so it's a very nice alignment of when our customers want to use more water, our river is allowing us to produce more water. And so these are just showing the different capacities of the plants during the different seasons. Part of our concern that we have to keep an eye on, in particular in the spring, is we can sometimes have an early warm spring where everybody's starting their gardens, but the river still thinks it's winter. And so that's often when we've had to implement demand management for conservation. It's in around that May timeframe, just because we have that imbalance between the two. Next slide, please. So the other aspect following the Yale Smith event is we did hear from our customers. Again, it was the first time we'd invoked Measure C in over 20 years, and we did hear from our customers that there was a bit of confusion about what do we do and how do we react and what does conservation look like. We did do some follow-up surveys with our customers as well as one-on-one discussions with individual groups. We've also met with City of Edmonton and our regional customers to talk about, okay, now that we've had this learning, what can we do from there? And so from there, we have heard that multiple communication channels are necessary for different customer groups. Some individuals need an individual call, some people need social media, other individuals would like some advance notice of what's going to be expected of them under different protocols. Very better clarity on the actions tied to the level of water restrictions. And certainly we saw people were going to, looking at what other communities were doing, and they had much more clarity than what we were providing in terms of that information. We did recognize that our current approach, because it was developed out of a need of doing summer water restrictions, but the reality is that's not our primary need for demand management, and so we needed to think about winter demand restrictions and what are some better clarity at that time, because asking someone to not water their lawn in February doesn't make a lot of sense. And so as we move forward with that. We also heard there were inconsistencies in the water restrictions in Edmonton versus the regional communities, and so we are committed to work with our regional customers to address that going forward. Next slide, please. So looking at all those three key considerations of our customer patterns, our plant capacities, and our desire for customers for more clarity, what we're proposing is basically an updated demand management framework, which will be available on our website and will be much more clear with a lot more information. We're going to implement basically a winter demand management protocol and a summer demand management protocol. Each of the stages will have similar numbers of reductions, so conservation is continuing to always be an important part of it, but stage 1 will always be a 5% call for reduction, stage 2, 10, stage 3, 15, and stage 4, 25. But the variation is that in the winter, we'll step into mandatory restrictions much sooner because there's less outdoor water use available to achieve that reduction. As we look at our customers, we'll be able to outreach to each of the customers and say, okay, for this customer class, in the winter, if we call demand management, this is what we'll be looking for you to do. And also much more public notification of what stage we're in going forward. Next slide, please. So finally, I just wanted to share a little bit in terms of where we are right now, in terms of potential for demand management measures to be called. And so this was from our 2021 Water Integrated Resource Plan. And so every 5 years when we update our Integrated Resource Plan, we look at these protocols and what are the potential risks. And so in the 2021, what we identified is that a full E.L. Smith shutdown had the highest probability of potentially requiring demand management measures. And so within the PBR period, we have a number of capital projects tied to reducing that risk related to that. And so we're in the process of reviewing again for our next PBR filing, and we anticipate that we'll have additional capital projects that will come in to balance this risk. So I'd now like to pass it on to Craig Bonneville, who's going to talk about risk across a number of different categories and how we manage that.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, councillors. So I want to provide this morning a quick overview on how we identify, prioritize, and manage risks to our utility. At EPCOR, we have a number of tools and processes. Sorry, next slide, please. Number of tools and processes to identify and manage risks associated with our infrastructure. These processes also ensure that our infrastructure risk is regularly considered by subject matter experts, both internal and external to EPCOR. The consequence and likelihood of events are considered across numerous categories such as health and safety, reliability, environment, and customer service. This information is then incorporated into a number of our planning processes, such as our integrated resource planning, asset management, and informs our investment decisions. Next slide, please. What follows is a sampling of some of the risks we've identified that are relevant to our discussion today and based on our latest assessment. It's not a complete list of risks, but those that we wanted to talk about a little bit today. The first one that's been mentioned by Sakib as well is the risk of extreme weather in terms of river flooding, which could impact our ability to provide potable water to the city of Edmonton. We're mitigating that risk through investment in flood barriers at both water treatment plants. As Sakib mentioned, that project has already begun with the installation of outfall gates, moving on shortly to construction of the flood berms and walls around the water treatment facilities. The other risk is urban flooding. We've had numerous conversations, certainly Susan had, on our SERP strategy and along the themes of slow, move, secure, predict, and respond. There's numerous projects aligned with each one of those themes. For example, the implementation of dry ponds, low impact development, home flood prevention incentives, advanced monitoring tools such as our Smart Pond project, as well as flood response tools in coordination with the City of Edmonton. Secondly, there's a risk of source water contamination through spills and releases of various contaminants upstream of our water treatment plants. Depending on the nature of the contaminant and the nature of the release, there's a number of mitigation measures that we can employ to avoid those contaminants reaching our water treatment plants through isolating our intakes or through advanced monitoring and even enhanced treatment, again, depending on the nature of the contaminant. Next slide, please. In follow-up to the E.L. Smith event in January of this year, we had a number of conversations about the redundancy of our water treatment systems and how we're investing in capital projects to mitigate and remove those single points of failure. There's a number of projects and key projects that we're implementing as we speak to improve that, such as the installation of redundant electrical systems at E.L. Smith, as well as a new high-lift pump house, as well as we talked about the multi-year project to split the E.L. Smith water treatment plant into two fully independent treatment trains. That will mitigate the risk, as Susan had previously talked about, our highest one of a full E.L. Smith treatment plant shutdown. The other significant risk to our water treatment plants is the risk of the loss of utility power to the treatment facilities. Unlike a residential home, both the water treatment plants have multiple power feeds to them. However, there still are some single points of failure within the electrical system. Those are being mitigated by investment in new power feeds as well as emergency response protocols to mitigate that event. And finally, something all utilities face is the risk of aging infrastructure for all asset categories, be it water treatment, water distribution, wastewater treatment, or wastewater collection. This is where our integrated asset management approach comes into play, where we consider risks not just to the infrastructure, but to the customer, the environment, public health, and servicing levels. Part of that is continuously updating our maintenance practices to shifting from a purely reactive form to both preventative as well as predictive maintenance practices, including reliability-centered maintenance. In addition, advanced monitoring in our systems through our SCADA, which is our control system, as well as even using machine learning and artificial intelligence can help us monitor and even predict failures in our infrastructure, as well as advances in physical inspection techniques are allowing utilities to better have an understanding of the state of our infrastructure. Finally, you'll notice from Sakib's overview that a significant amount of investment in our system is targeted at ensuring a reliable service delivery. And with that, I'll pass it back to Frank to close it off.
Yeah. Okay, thanks everyone. So we're happy to take questions on all three categories of items that we discussed today.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Very much appreciated. We'll now hear, first of all, from our speaker. So you're free to remain there, but our speaker is joining us online. So I'll just check that Natasha Toffoli is with us.
I am. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. So there's a timer in one of the windows on the Google Meet, so please just keep an eye on that. And at the end of your presentation, councillors will have an opportunity to ask you questions.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, council members and EPCOR representatives. Thank you for the opportunity to speak for the open dialogue that EPCOR has fostered with us over the last several months. I appreciate the willingness to engage with stakeholders like us as we work towards solutions that are fair, effective, and sustainable. I want to again express my disappointment regarding the measures taken in January during the water emergency, where car washes and laundromats were unfairly singled out. The abrupt nature of these restrictions placed an undue burden on our industry, leading to significant financial strain and operational challenges. We believe that no single industry should bear the brunt of such emergency measures, especially when more equitable solutions are available. I am encouraged, however, by the progress made since then. The proposed 4-stage approach to water emergencies that EPCOR has proposed is a step in the right direction. It aligns with strategies employed by other major cities like Calgary, where the protocols are implemented in a more balanced and inclusive manner. To provide some context, during Calgary's emergency restrictions, they're applied uniformly across all sectors. This approach achieves the necessary water reductions, but also ensures that no single industry is disproportionately affected. In our case, we have 2 locations out that way. Professional car washes are recognized as the responsible choice given our use of high pressure, low volume systems that minimize water use. In fact, professional car washes remain an option through the final stages of emergency protocols, where they clearly restrict at-home washing or fleet washing in commercial lots due to the significant water waste. During the initial emergency in June in Calgary, we took several measures to conserve water, landscaping, no watering of flowers or lawns, and we ceased to wash our facilities, our tunnels, our lots, buildings, and we were only using the laundry or the washing machines for full loads of laundry. So we were able to reduce in that way. And additionally, we saw an overall reduction in the number of vehicles coming in by 40% due to the city's public appeals, which far exceeded the 25% reduction mandate. We have since recommenced these conservation efforts effective August 26th as the stage 4 has come back into play. And we've seen the same trend in reduction and, of course, our same conservation efforts in store. The outcome in Calgary demonstrated that it's possible to meet emergency water reduction goals without compromising the viability of specific industries. Our staff were able to continue earning, and we were able to maintain our operations, all while contributing to the city's water conservation. This is the kind of balanced approach we hope to see reflected in EPCOR's protocols. We're committed to continuing our collaboration with EPCOR as these protocols are finalized. It's crucial that the measures proposed moving forward are fair, equitable, and designed with input from all stakeholders. With careful planning and cooperation, I'm sure we can meet reduction targets and ensure that no industry is unfairly targeted. And that's it for me. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to a continued partnership as we work to protect our water. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and for joining us today. Are there any questions of our speaker? Just making sure. Sometimes there's a tech delay. So, Mayor Sohi, please go ahead.
Not necessarily a question, but just gratitude of appreciation for you for, you've been through quite a bit, your industry, and your willingness to continue to work with EPCOR to seek solutions for the future, right? So just thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions for you, so thank you very much for attending today and for your comments. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now going to go, we'll just ask you to mute. Yes, there we go. Thank you. We'll now go to Mr. Beckett, the utility advisor, for any comments he may have on the reports before us.
I actually don't have any real comments. The PBR update is an important part of the PBR process, and it certainly informs you as the regulator on how you're going to approach future PBR applications, one of which is coming up pretty soon. So it's useful from that perspective, but you know, the primary purpose of PBR is you set it and then you let it rip, and measure the outcomes as they come along, and that's exactly what this has done.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to questions of our delegation. Councillor Stevenson exempted this item. I'll start with you.
Yes, thank you very much. Really appreciated the report and the presentation this morning. I have quite a few questions, more just to dig into some of the aspects of this, and I think foreshadow some of the PBR application coming forward. I'll start maybe with the infrastructure risk management that we just went through. One measure that we have that I find a bit helpful at the city level is just having a breakdown in our capital budget between what is growth spending and what is renewal spending. Do we do a similar exercise, or does EPCOR do a similar exercise where we have those broken down?
Yeah, Councillor Stevenson, we do break down in our application as well as part of the PBR progress report, spending by major categories. And so, you know, within the slides presented here for water, wastewater treatment, as well as for wastewater collection, we've broken down regulatory, growth, customer requirements, health, safety, and environment, reliability and life cycle improvement, as well as performance efficiency. So yeah, so we do track that, and then the details are reflected in our PBR application.
Yeah, and I think that those categories are very helpful. And, you know, see that there's growth, customer requirements, but for example, reliability and life cycle improvements are sort of the renewal projects. And then where would performance efficiency? I think having some of
Actually,
that.
Councillor Stevenson, it is a bit of a nuance because we say growth and customer requirements, and in customer requirements we include the stuff that City Council asks us to do through our franchise. So we have been talking about splitting that category out because it does vary in, for example, coordination of building great neighborhoods, relocates due to LRT, Yellowhead, and get bundled into that component, but that is where they are. And then pure rehab of initiatives that we've identified and infrastructure requires is in the life cycle rehab category. But we have identified that that's something probably for our consolidated PBR, we will split those out so it's a little bit clearer.
Great, really appreciate that. And then just in terms of the condition rating, and again, I'm just, you know, used to the system we have here. So it looks that there's about 9.5% of the infrastructure that's not at or above the minimum condition rating. So for that 9.5%, as part of the risk-based integrated asset management plan, are there the rankings of sort of, you know, condition A, B, C, D, E, F, and how we prioritize amongst those?
Yeah, so within greater details of our asset management system, we have that broken down, everything from length of pipe to type of pump and what have you. So we do have a combination of the condition of the asset. We look at the criticality and the level of service of that asset, and that informs how we're going to mitigate that risk. It could include replacing of that asset, but it also could include providing, you know, a redundant service or a renewal of it using a different type of technology. So.
Right, and do we have sort of the proportion of infrastructure that's falling within those different categories?
We would for our systems. I don't think we included that detail in the report, but certainly for every length of pipe, every asset in the treatment facilities we do, yes.
Great. And then just in terms of the inspection timeline, so I know there was mention of some of the inline inspections that are happening. Has that policy, or sort of the frequency of those inspections, has that been reviewed in terms of the policy? Are we confident that it's adequate to proactively address critical issues?
Yeah, so maybe specific to water transmission mains. So we've had a physical inspection program since 2019, and we've been executing that for the past number of years. We have not yet gone through all of our critical transmission mains with that program. But what that does is future inspections and the frequency of those inspections are informed in part by what we see with these ones, but also in terms of how we continuously update our infrastructure risk system. So we may look at when we do that regularly every 5 years or even more frequently, we may see that a risk of a certain, say, pipe increases or decreases depending on the customers they serve. Perhaps we've done an investment to increase looping in our system or another way of providing service to those customers. So it's always updated in that way. So.
Great, thank you. I'll come back for a few more questions, but appreciate it.
Thank you. Sorry, I had the wrong screen. Mayor Sohi.
So just to follow up on that, I think we've been watching the Calgary situation, and it is on people's mind. I get asked that question out in the community, that how are we maintaining our infrastructure? So yes, I want to raise that out here in the public forum. Are we in a much better position? Give me assurance that we are not. You can't give me 100% assurance. There will always be risk, right? But repeat that again.
Yeah, in a high-level view, that's what I was talking about when I went through my portion of the risk presentation.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to directly compare the Edmonton water system to the Calgary water system.
Okay.
We have it's built out differently. We have different topography and so on. But one thing is that we're always sharing best practices with our industry peers through networks. So we talk frequently, not just with the city of Calgary, but other municipalities. We have a really good relationship with technology providers who provide a lot of the inspection tools, and advances in those inspection tools have really increased in recent years, where we're now actually able to inspect some of these large transmission mains where the technology just didn't provide us or allow us to do that in the past. So I think we have a really good sense of where our water transmission mains, where the more risky ones are, and we're focusing our attention on understanding the state of those much greater. As I've noted, we've had an inspection program since 2019, and we've only found a small number of mains where it needed some intervention or some small amounts of leaks, and we were able to successfully repair those in short order without disruption of service. So.
Well, that's good. That's good. So what I'm hearing is that because of the risk mitigation steps that you take, the risk of a major failure is low.
We feel that we've reduced the risk is low. We always need to be prepared for that circumstance where it could happen. So we're always planning for that and increasing our knowledge of our system. But yeah, based on what we've seen so far, we feel our risk continues to be fairly low. And
is that one of the reasons that we are seeing higher capital expenditures in the infrastructure?
Well, yeah, and as you saw from Sakib's summary, our greatest category of investment in our system continues to be in the reliability life cycle category. For that reason, infrastructure is aging. We have assets out there that are 100 years old in some cases, so we do continue to need to invest in our existing system along with supporting growth.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I want to shift my question to odor mitigation. I continue to hear concerns here in downtown, around Gold Bar and other communities, right? So can you talk a little bit more about how are you mitigating odor situations?
So I can speak a little bit about Gold Bar, and then Susan can talk about our core program and our collection system, which is the corrosion and odor reduction program. So around Gold Bar, we do continue to invest in treatment of odors or foul air from the treatment plant. We also have invested in monitoring. So 2 years ago, we installed a new monitoring station immediately adjacent and south of the facility to give us better information to inform our investment decisions. So I think in the past at Gold Bar, odor was viewed as a bit of a nuisance and not a primary consideration in our investment. That has shifted in the past couple of PBRs, and you can see a lot more investment in both the capturing, because you have to capture it from open air tanks as an example, and then treating the odor so that it's not seen as unpleasant from people using the park space around it or residents who live nearby.
And I'll fill in on the trunk system, where the bulk of the odors in the broader system are coming from. And so our whole trunk network, basically, when it was primarily built in the 1930s and 1950s, was built without access into it. And so we've been basically adding manholes in, getting in there, and we're finding a lot of solids have deposited in those trunks, and that's basically what's generating the odors in there. And so as we create the access, we're able to clean and move them out. We've also identified our lift stations. So there's 35 lift stations that we identified are contributing to the odor. And so the way the lift station works is the sewage comes into the lift station, it sits in a tank for a while, and then when it reaches a certain level, the pumps kick on. Well, during the period that it's sitting, it's basically generating all sorts of nasty odors, and so that when we push it forward, that's when the odors get released. And so we've been optimizing our pump stations. As water conservation has occurred, the pumps are oversized, and so they don't turn on as frequently as they should. And so we're allowed to we've been basically focusing on moving the sewage quickly to the treatment plants for treatment so it doesn't create these odors, and cleaning them out. And we've been basically working our way out in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you for this presentation. We've made some big moves in the development area with city plan, and I just was looking for confirmation. So at a high level, how does the moves with the new zoning bylaw, with district planning, and with city plan, growing here, not there, growing more here, etc., how does all of that factor into the considerations?
It's built into our integrated resource plans, and so the capital programs that we've identified support that growth in there. But as we continue to do water conservation in the inner city, that's creating capacity on pipes that were designed. For example, a lot of those pipes would have been designed at 350 liters per person per day. A new home now uses about 140.
So are you broad strokes confident that, say, in exhibition lands, that we have capacity in that area?
Absolutely.
For the development? And are you confident for the development around Michener Park and the University South Central, the West 240 area, as that progresses?
Yes, absolutely.
And as we continue to see infill in, say, the Scona District or downtown or Waquentawin, are you also confident?
Yes, absolutely.
So all of these sort of big plays that have been considered in the redeveloping areas have been factored into this analysis?
Yes, they have been.
We hear quite, and I don't mean to be pedantic on this train here, but like we hear quite a bit about that when it comes up to new development projects, etc. And how can we communicate your responses better to neighbors, or what can we do as a city to sort of reassure folks that no matter what's happening in your neighborhood, the toilets are still flush and then the water's still fresh?
It is certainly something that we've identified we need to continue to share better with the community. We've been looking at, do we put some more information on open data, for example, on capacities. One thing I will say, often what we hear when there's a constraint, it's more about there isn't a pipe in front of that block. And so there needs to be an extension of a water line. And so for example, the Housing Accelerator Grant that was announced on Friday is a good example of one that is addressing that particular constraint. And so within the broader system, there's capacity, but we may not have a pipe on that street. And so that's been more of what the concern about capacity has been, is around that there isn't a pipe to begin with on that street.
It's a similar theme, but permeable surfaces, as we densify, as more permeable surfaces are added, how is that factored into this analysis here?
In two dimensions. First is in our SERP strategy. We have our SLOW strategy, which is promoting green infrastructure, and a lot of that is tied into, we've increased our standards, so there's more tools available. We have a new rebate program coming in our PBR to encourage that. And then the second one is our focus on reducing inflow infiltration into the system, and so looking at directing downspouts into rain barrels, for example, looking at things like that, which will again buy back capacity in those existing pipes, which have been designed assuming there's a certain amount of inflow happening in them, and so we can gain capacity that way.
And are those sort of marginal feel-good environmental changes, or I guess when I look at Park Allen, we have that massive dry pond. It's
Yes.
incredible, but it was expensive, and we had the land for it. I look at other neighborhoods, we're doing more LID. Where on the spectrum of cost benefit, what is the best bang for our bucket?
It is a combination. I don't think I can answer that as
Okay.
one is best or other, because you have to look at what land you have available versus where you've got capacity. It really is going to be area by area. The one thing I will say, if you can reduce the flows anywhere upstream or downstream, that creates capacity for even that local location. So you're not limited to just the location you're looking to build, because you can look at the whole trunk network.
So in some cases, LID makes more sense if we're doing a neighborhood renewal, add on a couple treatments per block or area. Others, it's better to go whole hog, do the pond.
Exactly.
Okay, and that is all of this factored into the short-term PBR here, or are these longer-term conversations? Like if we know risk is going up, is it better to continue being more aggressive on mitigation? Or I guess maybe that's a question for another counselor, because I'm out of time, but thanks.
Sure.
Thank you. I'll take my turn next. So I just want to kind of follow up on that. We have, parts of the system where we don't have enough flow, where infrastructure was designed for far greater use, and because we don't have as much flow as we used to, we've got retention, and that's giving us the odor concern. But on the flip side, we've got a lot of excess capacity in that same system, which tends to be core related. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
So let's talk about the combined sewer areas, though. So how much of a problem do we have there, where we may have oversized pipes, sanitary pipes, based on, yesteryear's consumption rates or flow rates, but we still have an increasing storm intensity thing that leads to more inflow in that combined sewer? Is it like a block by block or a neighborhood by neighborhood thing?
I would say it is a neighborhood by neighborhood approach that we look at it. The combined pipes are quite large in size, and so we do the inflow infiltration. So even right now in the combined areas, a lot of those downspouts are connected direct to the combined pipes. Just redirecting those downspouts into a green infrastructure will create capacity in the combined systems to accommodate the growth.
Are there places where we want those downspouts diverted, and other places where we actually don't mind that they're going into the system and adding a bit of flow?
100%. And so in our wastewater IRP, we've identified the 5 areas of the city, and I can't remember them off the top of my head, but there are 5 areas in particular we want to target for inflow infiltration reduction, because we see we need them for that area. The other areas we're going to be monitoring and making decisions on them as we see the actual data to drive that decision.
Might we actually say, in these spaces, maybe keep your downspouts connected to the sanitary system a little longer? We don't quite want you to pull out of that yet.
Probably not directly connected, because it drives the peak, but a slow drain, hold it for a bit and then drain it slowly over the next 3 hours, absolutely.
So, okay, so that kind of leads to my question around the dry ponds. Those are essentially surge ponds.
Yes.
Are they only on the storm system, or are they on the combined system?
They are only on the storm system.
And when they return water into the collection system, is there there's no treatment per se, but there's a filtering process?
The discharge on the ponds does have a bit of a filtering component, and just the fact of storing it, the solids settle down in there, so there is a reduction there. In some of the ponds, they may ultimately discharge through the combined system with a slow discharge.
And the solids that collect are
Leaves, tree, that type of stuff.
sand, salt?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Switching to the Calgary incident for a minute, and I think I asked these before, but every time it kind of pops up, there's another news cycle, so it bears answering these again. It felt like Calgary had one pipe for the whole city, kind of, sort of. And, you know, just in comparing the two cities on that basis, I don't think we're in the same place. If one of the pipes that came out of one of the treatment plants failed, we still have other redundant pipes, yes? Is that fair?
Yeah, we do have, I guess, multiple ways of moving water around. Obviously, coming out of the water treatment plants, that's where the most significant volume of water comes out of. Depending on the nature of it, it's timed to a degree, so we don't have that one feeder out of Bears Paw water treatment plant in Calgary that's completely analogous in our system, because we do have a fairly good ability to move water around. You'll have to remember, of course, that Yellsmith was only built in the mid-70s, and Rossdale serviced the entire city at that time.
Sure.
So it was built to a degree like that. But
So if we get to the place where we have 4 distinct treatment trains, does that mean 4 distinct pipes that leave each of those trains into the system?
So we already have
Great big
multiple
pipes. Yeah.
leaving. It's like, so for example, the Yellsmith, we have 3 pipes leaving, in Rossdale, multiple as well. The treatment, the 2-train solution that we spoke about at Yellsmith is specific to the treatment processes before
Not the
the
infrastructure.
pumping and transmission. But that said, there's other infrastructure projects out there in the future to continue to provide additional redundancy.
One more question. The type of pipe in Calgary was very popular in the time it was installed, but seems to be failing prematurely, and not just in Calgary. How much of that pipe do we have?
We have, I think it's just over 100 kilometers of that type of material, of different sizes. We don't have a pipe as large as the one that failed in Calgary, as well as built in different timelines. So those are a big focus of our inspection programs, and a lot of the new technologies are being developed to better detect those failures in the wires that provide the structural strength for that type of pipe.
100 kilometers out of how many kilometers?
30, well, in terms of transmission mains, I believe we're 900 total pipe, including distribution, which are the smaller diameter pipes, is 3,000, 4,000, something like that. Yeah.
4,400 kilometers.
4,400 there.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. I wanted to start with, thank you very much for the very thorough presentation and the report. I wanted to start with just on the $639.2 million projected capital expenditure for this current cycle. Obviously, there's just emerging needs we need to address, and lots of costs and inflationary pressures that we're facing to see that we're going to be significantly greater than the forecast. I guess I'm wondering, how does this compare to the previous cycle? Do we have, emerging needs, some of these pressures? Is it comparable? Are we taking similar measures, that kind of stuff?
So in the last PBR term from 2017 to 2021, Councillor Tang, so our total capital expenditures in that period was about $566 million. So it was slightly lower, but I think what's happened over this current PBR term is we've really seen, going back to what Craig talked about earlier, identifying risks and addressing life cycle replacement, but the big component has been the growth that we've seen in the city. So addressing when we're dealing with growth, we're also addressing life cycle replacement at the same time. So there's some asset renewal. So when we're dealing with LRT relocates or Yellowhead upgrades, we're able to both accommodate the relocation as well as renew the infrastructure. So it is slightly higher than what we had in the PBR term, but I think it's largely driven by the fact that we're addressing all of this risk as well as accommodating growth requirements within the city.
Right, so it is, I mean, 38% is pretty high, but there's also a cost to not addressing this risk, and that cost could be even higher. You know, I think at a time when a lot of infrastructure projects are seeing, you know, all kinds of pressures. You know, when I think about public infrastructure, like, you know, the ones that we have for water and wastewater, if we just kind of make this business decision around cutting back or not doing certain things, I feel like the risk would be catastrophic, right?
Agree, and that's the reason why we've got the flood mitigation projects for E.L. Smith and Rossdale, and you know that's a big driver of that.
Yeah.
So that's one of the more higher priority projects for the water system.
And on the slide around the aging infrastructure, there's a few different categories, but I guess I'm just also thinking, you know, water treatment, wastewater, etc. Some stuff will have a faster pace of wear and tear, would you say? Like, I'm thinking wastewater. I think you mentioned we have pipelines for 100 years, but wastewater pipelines, I imagine, can deteriorate a lot quicker because of the chemicals they emit.
Yeah, we certainly have seen some types of pipe, again, built in different eras that degrade quicker, normally due to the hydrogen sulfide gas that's produced in sewer systems. Every asset has a unique degradation curve, meaning the pace in which it degrades to a condition where we just can't accept that condition, and we have to decide whether to replace it or what have you. So that's why in our asset management system, we do categorize all our infrastructure and group it into kind of like assets so we can take that into consideration.
Yeah, good that it's all a part of the consideration. What is the average life cycle for, say, wastewater?
I think it depends a bit on the material because smaller pipes are built with, for example, PVC or plastic pipe essentially, whereas some of the older ones are with just concrete and can degrade in a matter of a few decades versus, as we said, some will last over 100 years. So it really is dependent on the material and how they've been operated. As Susan noted, some of the larger pipes are probably too big and the wastewater moves too slowly, and that's what generates both the odors as well as the gas in them that is the cause of their degradation.
And you have kind of tried out different materials to the point where we're now kind of using materials that can last longer and doesn't need to be replaced quite as frequently as the older systems.
Yeah, and we don't necessarily have to replace the entire pipe when we do a renewal. We can reline it because we have a larger pipe, we can slip a newer pipe inside it, use a certain type of coating. There's lots of renewal techniques depending on the individual circumstance that we can use.
Thank you. I have a few left.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the thorough report and conversation. So maybe just to pick up on some of the questions related to growth. You know, thinking about projects that are related to supporting customer growth, whether that's LRT, relocates, transmission main programs. I guess I would expect that we are anticipating to see, ongoing increases related to development-driven projects. Is that fair? And just as a second question, is it mostly on the, public project side, larger projects like LRT, or is there also, pressure happening on the private development side as well?
It is a bit of a mix in terms of the projects. Within this PBR, a bit of the variance. One example in particular is a northeast pipe that's basically going up through the Horse Hills area. It is opening up that area for development, but it's also twinning the main supply line to the Northeast Water Services Commission. So that's an example of a pipe that's providing increased reliability as well as supporting the customers. Another nuance, though, is now once that pipe is fully in place, which it will be by the end of the PBR period, we will see very little requests because everybody else will be able to connect to it. And so we have a bit of this wave that sometimes happens in our private development transmission mains, where we'll get a larger extension into a new area, and then it's quiet for a few years as everybody hooks onto that new pipe that's in there. And so just within this PBR, we happen to have 3 pipes, one in the southeast, one in the southwest, and one in the northeast, that have that exact same characteristic. So I'm thinking for future PBRs, it will probably be a little bit less on that growth piece, because we've got those pipes in that area, unless a new area opens up and we have to address it that way.
Okay, that's really helpful for understanding sort of the almost cyclical nature of some of those development patterns. Also, just wanted to ask about, on the wastewater front, one of the interesting ones that stood out to me was related to neighborhood renewal. And I guess fewer replacements required than anticipated on that front. Can you just help me understand that piece?
That's often as a result. So before we go into an area, we'll proactively camera a lot of the sewer lines. So send a camera through to do a rating of how good that infrastructure is. And I think in the last PBR, just it happened that the neighborhoods that were up for renewal, when we did that camera work, it just demonstrated that the pipes in that case didn't need replacing, or perhaps a full replacement as was anticipated. So we try and predict, if you will, or forecast the amount of infrastructure that needs renewing in these areas, but we want to confirm it before we make that investment.
Okay, so if, for example, an area is going through renewal and certain community members are seeing that full-scale replacement and others aren't, that is rooted in what you just described and the decision-making around that, correct?
That's right. We just want to be obviously prudent with our investments and not replace something ahead of time purely based on age. As an example, we want to consider other factors when making those investment decisions.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And maybe along a somewhat similar line, thinking about the modernization of design standards and updates around capacity and demand forecasts, I'm thinking about just the off-ramping of the SSSF. Can you just remind me, I mean, that is also related to, I guess, learnings around efficiency and capacity and needs, and I guess cost savings associated with that are also helpful, correct?
Yes, that is correct. As the per capita consumption has dropped, we just frankly do not need the infrastructure that was anticipated. In the Riverview area would be a good example. We had monitoring data in there based on the design standards during SSSF. For what's built in there right now, it was predicting they'd be pumping 240 liters per second of sewage. They actually pumped 12. So significant oversize assumptions in the SSSF strategy. And so we've got lots of storage that we've built already as part of SSSF that will support the growth in the city for a very long time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I have a few different lines of questioning from my colleagues on committee. I guess focusing on the operational performance first, it's great to see that the water main breaks measure is reduced, though I did read that it doesn't include, it says down below that this does not include arterial or collector main breaks. Is that number, the 265, excluded? Is that excluded?
That's correct.
So why would we exclude those?
So it's excluded, I believe, from the response time measure, just because of a bigger pipe getting service back within 24 hours. In terms of the count of breaks.
The count, the 265 is what I'm specifically honing in on.
I'll have to double check on that one, but regardless, we have very, very little breaks on transmission. So historically, it's maybe 1 or 2 a year.
So, and that's the other piece that I wanted to bring out is in the performance. You know, I've obviously, and you're very aware as EPCOR is, that there's been a lot of breaks in some of the neighborhoods that I represent. So I would guess if you were looking at a percentage of this 265, a higher the normal customer percentage would be in Ward and Olnick, and in Lauderdale, Calder, Athlone, Kensington, etc., Roslyn. But this doesn't break that down, and that all customers pay the same fees, right? So all customers, the rates divided by all customers, so even if all customers aren't getting the same level of service, they're still paying the same amount. So I guess the question I have is, recognizing that that's an overall number for the city, but it's not equitably distributed across the city, what is the plan? Can you publicly talk about the plan to address that so that all customers across the city are getting the same level of service and can have reliable water?
Yeah, that is our objective, recognizing that in areas that have older infrastructure and pipe materials that are more prone to failures, that is a consideration in our renewal strategy. And certainly frequency of breaks and so on is also a consideration in the renewal
But like some of those
strategy.
neighborhoods are not up for renewal. Like Roslyn is not up for renewal.
Right, so and I didn't mean, necessarily a neighborhood renewal,
Okay.
but if a section of pipe, for example, has a, number of breaks over a certain frequency, we will go in there and proactively replace that entire pipe rather than patching it. We may patch it temporarily
Yeah.
to return those customers to service within 24 hours,
Yeah.
but plan to do a full renewal, even if it's not on cycle with the city's neighborhood renewal program, for sure.
And so I guess to the advisor, Mr. Burrows, is there anything you would say in terms of considerations, like when we have these operational performance measures, and I know we're going to be talking about the next rate filing, but we're looking at it at the broad city level. If there's an area of residents, whatever the measure is, where they're being impacted disproportionately more, how do we capture that in our performance measures? Is there a way as a regulator we should be capturing that?
Well, there's two ways you can capture it. One is through greater granularity of the performance measures, so performance measures by area.
Okay.
And the other one would be through rates. If you're not receiving the same level of service, there can be a rate rider to reflect that. That's a very complicated process.
It's very complicated, but just wanted to know, again, very new to this world of regulating, so thank you for that advice. And then just quickly, one of the things that really stood out to me was some of the variance in the pricing across the municipal comparison. For example, Leduc is only like $5 for the water collection versus us at 17. What's causing that variance? Like, doesn't Leduc also get water from EPCOR?
Councillor Rutherford, are you referring to the stormwater charge?
Yeah, the residential stormwater bills is one I'm specifically, there seems to be a really high variance.
So I think each of the jurisdictions, they have different approaches to setting their stormwater charges. So for example, the City of Calgary, they charge a uniform stormwater charge to commercial and residential customers. And so what we've tried to do in our rates is reflect the costs associated with each property. So we base it on size, the permeability, and so we would have different variations. So I can't speak to how Leduc would have established theirs, but I think it varies, jurisdiction to jurisdiction.
Fair. I'm out of time, so I'll come back for another round.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much. Hopefully you can get through in this round, but might have a little bit for a following round. Wanted to dig in on the reliability and resilience side of things. So I noticed that the optimization and renewal scores were generally met, but didn't necessarily max out the bonuses. And that was consistent across wastewater treatment, collection, and water services. So not to critique you meeting the scores. I mean, obviously that's fantastic, but it did seem to be maybe not an area that we're seeing the same sort of performance in as others. And given, I think the conversation today has highlighted the importance of that. But I'm also mindful of the fact that the scores don't seem to capture some of the key work. So I think it's noted that the sewer renewal lost points because there was a focus on trunks that were at higher risk. That seems like a great thing. We're happy to see that sort of prioritization, and yet it led to a lower score in the PBR. So just wondering how you might manage that so that that great work, that investment in reliability and resilience is being recognized through PBR scoring.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. You are 100% correct. We made a choice that we should focus on the bigger trunks. And so this is a performance measure that came over from the city of Edmonton that was tied to kilometers and primarily focused on the local sewer pipes, which didn't have the degree of failures. And so we did make a choice to not focus on that performance measure and focus on the pipes that needed it. We have the water or the wastewater PBR coming in. We've proposed some alternative performance measures that better reflect in that upcoming filing. And then in addition, our PBR consolidated filing, which will be for 2028, we'll be revisiting all the performance measures across all the asset class and look at different ways to incorporate the feedback we get from yourselves on what we should be focusing on.
Great. Okay, really helpful. Shifting now a bit to the demand management side of things, really appreciate the response and the discussion that you've brought forward. One thing that occurred to me, and I may have missed it, but it seems that we're not necessarily considering reservoir risk. So my memory of this latest, of the E.L. Smith situation, was that our reservoirs weren't at 100%. Do we, because it seems like if any situation is compounded if we don't have completely full reservoirs. So do we model that out? Do we look at, again, is there a point where we add in some additional reservoir growth just to manage the fact that it's not always at 100%?
100%. That's included. So within the Edmonton, we have 800 million liters of reservoirs. In the region, there's an additional 400 approximately. Don't have the exact number there. But every time we do our integrated resource plan update, that goes into the situation, the assessment of the probability of us having to require demand management measures. And so we look at plant capacity demands and then how can the reservoirs ride through. We have already purchased land for 2 new additional reservoirs in South Edmonton. And so they will be triggered when the growth and the needs are required, but they're on deck probably within the next 10 years. We will be coming forward, and 2 of our existing reservoirs have capacity to double in size.
Okay, wonderful. That's really helpful. Thank you. And then just want to confirm this. So I really appreciate the new sort of like 4-step process. I think that's going to provide a lot of clarity for customers. Is a 25% reduction adequate in terms of like what was Calgary's requirement for reduction?
I think in the Calgary situation, they were targeting about 25% reduction. Again, every circumstance would be a little bit unique depending on where, what the nature of us requiring to call the demand management measures. It could be more local in nature or system wide. So these are targets based on what we've seen in other jurisdictions and what they can achieve when they enact these types of measures.
Great. And maybe I will have one more round, but in this last one, again, really appreciate providing clear guidance. I do know in other jurisdictions, I've heard of an approach where, if your house number ends in an odd number, then that's when you can do your laundry on the odd days. Is that the type of measures that we might bring forward?
That would be a conservation measure, and so we've got that as a base. Edmonton did do odd even lawn watering when we were in the 1990s and in the early programs. We haven't needed it, but certainly we've been considering that we should brush that off again. Realistically, that's a summer measure for irrigation, and so that's not our most critical design scenario, but it is something we will look at again as we revamp and brush off our conservation measures.
Great, thanks so much.
Great, thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great. I'll first just table the motion for receive for information. Just, I guess, a few final questions. Just on that regional water service piece, we supply service to the region, correct? but we don't, you say yes, but we don't do their billing for them. It's up to their local regulators to determine that.
We provide water at wholesale level at a transfer point.
Okay. I guess I'm just wondering, so then within the region then, every different municipality have different method, or do they all follow similar approaches or principles of PBR?
They would all, so we treat all the regional customers consistently,
Okay.
and then what they do after that is, we're not privy to that, but, they'll factor in the costs of running their distribution system, the reservoirs that they have, and so that's why you'll see substantial variation in costs, and, might have to do with the topography, the density, so I guess it's normal to see the variation amongst the different municipalities.
Okay, I guess I just want to make sure that we're, like not oversupplying or whatever, like undersupplying, and, those costs are adequately covered by the methods that whatever they're deciding.
Yeah, we've got a formal framework with the regional customers that we have some cost of service principles to ensure that we're allocating them the appropriate level of costs. And that's how we ensure that they're paying their fair share of costs.
Okay, thank you. And then just on, I'm curious about the integrated operations piece. It's been a year since One Water, and you've had this new structure. I'm wondering, are you finding any efficiency in the administration, and has this been translated into customer billing? Because I mean, we get questioned a lot around administration costs is so high, yes, I'm just wondering if you can kind of talk about that a bit.
Yeah, so maybe I can comment on that. So we integrated the two business units about a year ago, and what we've been doing since is first physically co-locating the water distribution and wastewater collection groups at our Orem facility. That eliminated many other facilities that we both had in EPCOR and inherited from the city. So through that consolidation, we got some efficiencies. And then looking forward, our next big step is really to integrate the risk treatment of all our projects across the water cycle for our integrated performance-based regulation cycle that's coming up, what Susan referred to for the 2026 year. So we haven't as yet reflected the full efficiencies in the customer, but we certainly expect to here going forward, and we've started on that already. And so we're refining our organizational design as we speak, and all that efficiency we will plow back into basically customer benefits over time.
And then that will be reflected in the next rate application?
That would be correct, yeah, the integrated one.
Great, thank you. And then just last piece around the performance measures, by and large, I think you perform well with 95% of the standards achieved, et cetera. It's been a while since I read your rate application, but can you just talk about kind of looking at the performance right now and thinking about kind of measurements for the next cycle, what stays, what doesn't, what is changing? So for example, some of the indicators, like I'm thinking the near misses, I think some of the site, I can't remember what the work site observation, those numbers were significantly higher than the target. Are you then moving the target to reflect kind of the reality and higher standards, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, for the most part, Councillor, I think the majority of the performance measures, the measure itself has remained intact. We have replaced a few of the measures in the wastewater treatment and collection PBR application with some new measures, as Susan had alluded to. But at the onset of each PBR cycle, what we do is we look at historical performance, what we've achieved, and we establish a new benchmark, so to speak, in terms of what should the minimum standard be. And then the other things that we take into account are, well, what are some of the priorities that the city has, and how do we ensure that they're reflected in the performance standards? So to answer your question, they do change from PBR cycle to PBR cycle, just incorporating actual performance as well as what the short-term priorities are.
And as for that one standard that didn't quite make the mark this time, what are you doing with that one in particular?
You're referring to the water quality treatment standard?
Yeah.
And so we were, I think, 0.1% lower than standard. And so one of the things we're doing is we're reviewing our sampling process and just ensuring that we've got consistent approaches across the business unit. And I think, the other thing associated with that measure is we dug into what those exceptions were. They were I'll characterize them as explainable exceptions that didn't actually impact the water quality for customers.
Excellent.
Susan, did you have
I'm out of time. Thank you so much for the answers.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Okay, thank you. I just want to hone in on the non-routine adjustments because I don't think a question's been asked about that. And we delegate authority to the city manager to approve non-regular adjustments. Is that correct, Mr. Burrows? I'm asking. That's correct?
Yes, based on a certain threshold.
What's that threshold?
I believe it's $5 million, Councillor Rutherford, but that's something I would have to go back.
And so then when you
check.
do these non-routine adjustments, those costs go where? They're divvied up amongst customers?
Correct. They would be reflected in the rates going
So they're
forward.
not budgeted in, so this is where I just need to understand this interplay because, you know, these are for two major capital projects with the city. I was under the impression, maybe wrongfully so, that those projects budgeted for these kind of costs and working with EPCOR to do transfers.
So there is criteria for non-routine adjustment, not just financial criteria. It has
Okay.
to be a project that was not originally envisioned when the PBR framework was put together and approved. And so there's criteria, there's some financial criteria, so we don't bring forward a bunch of little projects. Once it meets the financial criteria, there is a discussion with administration, and the city manager is authorized to make this decision to say this meets the criteria. And in this particular case, there are some projects that we feel meet the criteria. For example, when we did the PBR application, we had not anticipated the amount of work related to LRT, LRT relocates, et cetera. And so those would be the types of projects that we would bring forward. So, and then what happens to those costs? They get rolled into the rates. So they're fully reflected in all the updates that you see here, the financial ones, both customer rates and revenue and costs, et cetera.
Yeah. Okay. But the Yellowhead Trail freeway conversion program, we knew pretty early on. I mean, we didn't have a concept plan, I get, for 127th. Is that where this is, cost driver is?
Yeah, so a lot of times there's definitely high-level plans that the city shares with us and we know, but it really comes down to the specifics. If you think about an alignment either of a road or an LRT, it makes a world of difference to us whether it's on this road or on that road.
Yeah.
And so we when you get into the detail, you find out what the actual cost and impact is going to be.
Yeah. It's just another example of residents that I represent paying more without getting LRT service or other services that, not the Yellowhead, but the other one. I had a resident, actually, I was talking to on the phone yesterday that highlighted, how do we collect runoff fees? It's a standard base fee, right? Based on the zoning of a property, right?
Yes, so each property is assigned based on their zoning, their runoff coefficient, and so that calculates into their rate.
What if it's a vacant property and there's no, like, they don't have any utility?
At this point, we are not billing them. That is,
And are we going to start billing them?
that is our plan.
Okay, thank you. And that's gonna start when? When are we gonna start billing them?
So in the upcoming PBR, we are going to start bringing them into account. It's going to take, we have to find the customer, do
Yeah.
the whole calculation and all that.
But it's gonna be the next PBR.
Within this next PBR, we will start bringing those customers into account,
Okay, because I think there's a lot of them,
potentially.
especially in infill, okay.
Yeah.
And then my last question is around the dry pond project in Lauderdale. That one's a little bit behind schedule, correct? Because I think construction was originally supposed to start this summer.
Yes, and we have started construction on the pipes to and from
Yes.
the pond, and so it was a little bit longer to get through the approval delays on the design component. We've also determined from the ponds that the cash flow timing, we end up doing the pipes first, which are a lower cost, and then it tail ends the pond piece, which is the more expensive piece. But it is underway.
Did you ever hear an answer from administration on the washroom outstanding item?
I don't know if Don Hawks, yes?
Not yet.
We're still in discussions.
Okay, still would like to highlight to both administration listening and EPCOR that I am very keen to find out how that conversation lands. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi on the second round.
Thank you. Just want to follow up on my earlier questions on the odor mitigations. You explained what are you doing at both at the cold bar plant and also in the pipes and the pumping stations. What are the timelines? What do we have a sense of 5 years, 10 years, like you must have a plan to improve those access points. And
I can't give you an exact number. It will depend on the region. I will say the Duggan Tunnel, which is under construction right now, should have a significant impact when that goes into service, because a lot of the odors that end up in the Millwoods and Bonnie Doon area are actually coming from Duggan.
Right.
And so if we can get Duggan in service, that will have a big component of it. The other aspects, we've got a couple of projects up in the north that are slated for construction in the next PBR. And so each one will be different, but we are continuing to proceed to bring it down and shrinking it dramatically where the odors are occurring.
yeah, I would be interested in that more information. Maybe you can provide us through some sort of a memo, all right? Because or any way of communicating, because I'm interested in understanding, because then you can communicate with that residents, and particularly for downtown here as well, right? So if you could share that information, that'll be helpful. You know, if a neighborhood's going to take 5 years, then, you know, it's coming, but it's going to take 5 years, right? So I think that information, the way we have scheduled for neighborhood renewal, right? Maybe there's a similar type of plan on that. I did have a question on the empty lots, whether they're parking lots, whether they're residential lots. So at this time, they don't pay into the drainage fees, right? Like what are they not paying into?
Stormwater.
Stormwater. So they're not paying into stormwater. And that's all, any empty lot, right?
That is correct. There may be some parking lots that are in billing.
But even how say residential lots in
Residential
neighborhoods?
lots, if the lot is vacant or the house is vacant and they're not in water sewer account, they're not paying the stormwater bill right now.
Okay. Because the reason I'm asking is that as we're pushing more substantial completions in neighborhoods and also encouraging more infill into redeveloping neighborhoods, I hear that sometimes landowners or developers or property owners hold on to their property for speculative reasons, right? Instead of actually building something, right? So that does create incentives. If I don't know how much they save by not paying. I don't know the amount. Right? So kind of popping into my mind, like it's when we should be actually discouraging people to hold on to properties, actually should be encouraging them to develop those properties.
I think that's probably a city-driven initiative, but what I would say is we would appreciate your support as we move forward to getting
on
people
that
into
particular
account.
part, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, and this may not be one you can answer now, and I'm okay to take it offline. But as this discussion unfolds, I'm thinking about cost of delivery that's on every bill. And with the growth of the city, I'm curious about that, if that cost of delivery continues to increase, or if it's stable, or if it's going down. And that I don't know.
Yeah, so in general terms, as the city grows, you have more customers to allocate costs to. So that's generally a good thing. But as Susan has described and we've described here, you get to points where the existing infrastructure needs a significant upgrade, and then you get that sort of a step up. And so we have in this last PBR, in this current PBR, made some investments, pre-investments, to be able to try and open up areas that we'll get the benefit of over time. But generally speaking, customer growth is a good thing because you have more customers to allocate costs to, and it helps keeps everyone's costs down. The other thing that helps us dramatically, of course, is the water conservation efforts that Susan spoke to. As people use less and less water. As you know, our rates are mostly variable in terms of cost that we bill. And so as people use less water, then their bills are lower. So, but yes, the whole affordability challenge, Councillor Paquette, if I think that's what you're asking, is front and center for us. It's where we want to drive efficiency and do the best we can in terms of customer rates.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And that helps because I get a number of emails about people who send in their bill and they're like, look at all these other fees that have nothing to do with the use. And, you know, being able to explain how that works for them is really helpful. And then just considering density increasing, so you've got more customers per area, plus the water conservation, so it's less stress on the system. So over time, are we looking at potential reductions, but probably not because we have to upkeep all the old stuff?
Yeah, there's definitely a trade-off there in terms of, because as life cycle costs ebb and flow, you have a mix of life cycle costs and new growth costs, but certainly having more customers and less consumption helps keep that balance.
Helps keep the balance, so
for sure.
probably not looking at reduction, but looking at like a more stable sort of...
A reduction in total bill costs would be like really difficult, because I mean, you got inflationary pressures as well, right?
Yeah.
And as you start to think about that compounding over time, and it has not been a low inflationary period here in the last few years, as everyone realizes, and that's also, as Sakib mentioned, contributed to some of the cost increases that we've seen is that our inflation has been higher. And
so most of these moves would be more about holding the line and trying to keep costs in check.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. Last set of questions. Just wanted, this is a broader philosophical question, but just one I wanted to get an initial thought on as we move into PBR. When we're looking at the inflation factor, something that occurs to me is that as inflation generally is going up, utility rates go up as well based on the inflation factor. And that puts additional strain on households. Is there any precedence or work that's been done on sort of an inverse inflation approach where we increase rates off cycle with broader societal inflation to help ease some of the affordability on households? It's probably not a quick answer, but just as an initial thought, if anything like that has been explored.
Yeah, we'd have to take that away and think about how we could look at inflation in a different way. For many years, as you know, it has not really been an issue because our rates built into our performance-based formula have typically or have always gone up by inflation minus an efficiency offset. And that inflation has been quite reasonable for many, many years. These last few years have been a bit of an exception, and it does reflect some of the higher costs that we also see, whether it's labor or materials on our side. So the formula does make sense. Unfortunately, as you point out, the impact is felt by the customers in this case.
Absolutely, and I think it's really important that rates do keep up with inflation, absolutely, otherwise we just erode, the long-term
But customer
sustainability.
growth has helped, and so that's why we're not seeing maybe the full effect of inflation, because we've seen some customer growth. So.
Interesting. Great, well, further conversation to be had on that. Two very last quick things. On page 22, it speaks about the reduction in lead replacement requests, so there was a bit of a budget variance there. Is my understanding that the lead pipes are only being replaced through requests, or are those being done on a proactive schedule?
There's a proactive program to replace what we call high priority lead pipes that based on our sampling, have a lead concentration much greater than the water quality guidelines. So those are still being done proactively. In this water PBR that occurred, we are now dosing, we have added an additive to the water called orthophosphate that provides a benefit to the entire water distribution system, not just the lead pipes. And we've seen a great benefit in terms of the sampling results returned, where the large majority of numbers are below that lead guideline. As we work our way to the next water PBR filing, we will be providing more information on what kind of the next phase, if you will, of the lead mitigation strategy will be. but we continue that sampling program for sure.
Perfect. So just the fact that people aren't applying for it doesn't mean the work isn't being done.
We still provide information to every known customer who has a lead service every year to offer all sorts of things.
Okay, great, wonderful. And just the very last one on page 71, it talks about some of the additional work on the on-site storage for multifamily. So again, really exciting overall with that work. Just want to confirm that again, this isn't working against our efforts to increase density, to increase multifamily, and sort of keep that development affordable. We're ensuring that it's not creating a barrier for that type of development.
I'm not sure about creating a barrier. Everybody will complain about costs regardless, but it does create capacity in the system to accommodate that growth by us knocking off the peak flows through the storage. It avoids a pipe upgrade if we can do it on the storage. So it is the least cost for the system for that storage to be installed.
And what's sort of the order of magnitude that an individual property might face in terms of
I'll
that
have
cost?
to get back to you on that. I don't
Okay.
have that number at hand. It will
Okay.
be based on the property size.
Yeah, I think just sort of keeping an eye on that in terms of, I think a lot of folks building in our community would speak of a cost as a barrier to building that, and just making sure that we are, maximizing the benefits in terms of that water retention, and then ensuring that development can still be affordable. But appreciate we can follow up later. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, just one quick final question outstanding, and the councillor questions submitted for the current or the future rate filing were supposed to be published on the 22nd of August, but I haven't seen them yet. So I just wanted to confirm those are now public, and where can the public and myself access them?
I think that's something that we'll have to talk to administration about and follow up with you on that, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, because we had a certain timeline, it was July 15th, in which to get our questions, and the commitment was August 22nd for that to be publicly available.
So we have provided, EPCOR has provided the response to city administration. I'm not aware of the publishing status of that.
So I guess to administration, who is acting right now on behalf of, is somebody acting on behalf of Eddie?
Pardon me, is that someone acting on behalf of?
Of Mr. Robar?
I think that would be me.
Okay, great. So what's the holdup with getting the published answers for the rate filing? Because it would have been nice, the reason I'm asking this in the context of this is some of my questions that I specifically submitted on the rate filing would have been nice to have had the answers to see how it plays out in an actual report coming forward. And I might have had further other questions. So the lack of that being provided to me makes it hard for me to do that. So I'm just trying to understand that's why I'm asking in the context of this report.
Yeah, I'm not in a position right now to be able to elaborate on that, but that'd be something we could take away.
Please commit to finding out and getting back to my office on that? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that concludes questions to our delegation. So thanks very much for your assistance on that. We have a motion on the floor. Anybody that would like to speak to the motion? Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to take a brief moment to, recognize we often spend our time on the areas of concern or where we want to see more work, but wanted to take a few moments to recognize the phenomenal work that this represents. There's so many positives, so many excellent outcomes from this, so just wanted to congratulate everyone there. I think we really heard a nervousness or focus on resilience, but I also want to recognize all the proactive investment that's being done to address the challenges to come in climate change, so really appreciate that. Also really value the ongoing work of this team to deliver or to have conversations with Edmontonians, to really be responsive to them. I think the demand management piece is very exciting, and it's a great chance for them to be involved. So thank you again very much for all the work, and I look forward to further conversations.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Tang to close.
Yeah, very briefly, thank you very much. I thought this was actually a good precursor to engaging a much more fulsome PPR application for the next cycle, just to kind of constantly take stock of, how have we been performing this current cycle. Lots of emerging issues, obviously, but it's, I think for me, my biggest takeaway is that there's actually a lot of proactive work that is being done. And, when we're constantly thinking about managing risk, water is one of our greatest, asset, and it's one of our most important daily needs. And I think doing all that we can, even at a time when there's lots of different kinds of cost pressures that we're facing, is extremely critical. And if the cost of not doing anything will be even more devastating. So, I think that's kind of my big takeaway from this report, and I look forward to having more of those conversations in the next rate application, which, it's a pretty prolonged process. And I think a lot of the things that came up, whether it's around performance measures, equity, infrastructure, capital, the new kind of organizational structure of how to deliver some of these services. We're going to continue to see those conversations come up in the coming months. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Thanks very much again. Appreciate your time this morning. That takes us to item 7.2, Organic Processing Program Path Forward.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for your time. In general, we heard a lot of feedback on this particular report over the last number of weeks. So the presentation has been overhauled. Speaking notes have been adjusted and updated to reflect that feedback that we've heard. In addition to that, added a new attachment which has been published now based on that feedback. So we're here today. My name is Craig McEwen, and acting in the city operations role. I'm with Dennis Jubenville, who's the branch manager of Waste Services, Andre Joseph, who's beside me, who's the director of Sustainable Waste Processing, and Jawad Farad, who is the general supervisor of the Organics Processing and Management team. So this presentation gives an overview of the results, the analysis, path forward on the city's organics processing program, and what those next steps would look like to achieve that direction. So like I said, it's been updated based on the feedback and the questions that we've heard leading up to this, and since it's been published, but I will pass it to Dennis, who will walk through the details of the presentation.
Thanks, Craig. As we covered in our previous organics program update back in March, the city is moving towards a system where all residential food scraps and yard waste, including condos and apartments, are separated out of garbage by residents before collection. Since the cart rollout in 2021, all organic material collected by Waste Services has been processed and diverted from landfill. Next slide. Why is this so important? Keeping organics out of the landfill is one of the most effective ways to reduce the city's greenhouse gas emissions. Methane is a greenhouse gas 25 times more harmful than carbon dioxide, and Environment Canada identified that waste management contributed to 18% of Canada's total methane emissions in 2022. Next slide. Here's an overview of the city's current organic processing program and how Waste Services directs organic waste to the most appropriate facility. You'll note we have 3 streams of organic waste. Our newest stream is the apartment and condo collection. Approximately 20% of these locations have food scrap collection, and the remaining 80% will be converted in the coming years. This organic waste is currently processed using the anaerobic digester. Organic waste from homes with green carts is processed at the EWMC, with the majority being turned into compost by regional processors and a smaller portion being processed at our EWMC Cure facility. All yard waste is processed at our EWMC Compost Cure site into Grade A compost. And how well is our program achieving? Next slide. This slide provides waste service data from 2020 to 2024. As can be seen from the blue line, waste services utility rates have been either 0 or under 1% for the past 5 years, which is significantly below the inflation shown in the red line. In addition to being well below inflation, waste services has achieved a positive year-end variance each year and has more than doubled waste diversion from landfill. How is this achieved? Through financial, fiscal, operational prudence, and in no small part to the evolution of our organics collection and processing program. Our next slide speaks to our organics journey. Next slide. In 2018, the Edmonton compost facility was decommissioned, and a plan was being established to build a state-of-the-art indoor composting facility. As the plan was being finalized, we developed our skill at composting grass, leaf, and yard waste. We also conducted a market scan and determined that regional organic processors could achieve the same environmental benefits at a fraction of the cost of the proposed indoor facility. With Council's approval in 2021, we pivoted away from the indoor composting facility, which saved ratepayers an estimated $115 million in capital and operating costs. Between 2018 and 2021, we worked with our operator Veolia to enable up to 30,000 tons of organics annually to be produced in the anaerobic digester. This ensured we had sufficient internal and external capacity to process and divert all organic waste from the landfill. Between 2021 and today, the anaerobic digester has been the city's major organic processing facility for residential household organic waste. The commissioning and continued use of the facility has been complex, yet we now have a solid grasp on its operational requirements, costs, and required investment. The digester is proving to be significantly more expensive than all other organic options. Next slide. As can be seen in this waste hierarchy graphic, landfilling waste is the least beneficial and is always the most economical method to manage waste, except for our on-site composting. As seen, the $420 a ton for our anaerobic digester is nearly 8 times more expensive to operate than our on-site composting program. It's nearly 4 times more expensive than regional organics processing. It's even more expensive than our recycling plant, our refuse-derived fuel plant that is currently diverting waste to Heidelberg Cement. So why is the anaerobic digester so expensive to operate, and why can't the cost be offset by the electricity it's producing? Next slide. The original business case in 2013 called for an independent anaerobic digester facility, yet the tendered cost was above the available funding, so the decision was made to leverage the Edmonton composting facility's infrastructure. The anaerobic digester still uses the old Edmonton compost facility infrastructure, yet it's reaching its end of life. To increase processing capacity, these filters and scrubbers will need to be replaced and upgraded. Further, in order to access a $10 million grant for this facility, a novel dry digestion technology was selected versus the proven wet digestion. This has resulted in higher levels of H2S than anticipated. At present, we're blending natural gas with organic gas to produce electricity without damaging our turbines. This reduces the environmental attributes and adds to the cost of production. Further, the province's microgeneration regulation prevents this electricity from being sold to outside purchasers through the grid. Although we're able to use the electricity internally, we cannot generate revenue unless we find direct local consumers. For this reason, most anaerobic digesters produce renewable natural gas and sell it and the associated environmental attributes. This is an option for our facility, yet the revenue of this gas and carbon credits is not sufficient to bring the net capital and operating cost below the ongoing cost of composting. This finding was confirmed during our last organics RFP when no digestion company was able to match the composting pricing. Based on our known strengths and the costs associated with our organics program, we've developed an economic and risk-prudent path forward to ensure we meet our 121,000 ton requirement by 2027. Next slide. Through analysis, it was confirmed first internally and then through independent external assessment that the most prudent, simple, sustainable, and cost-effective path forward is to continue our internal and external composting program. Specific to the anaerobic digester, the facility retains value for our organics program as a pre-screening and sorting facility. Yet, to ensure there's no lost opportunity, we'll seek private interest in the facility. Private digestion operators may be willing to lease and invest in the facility. If successful, this facility may return to our processing portfolio for future consideration. And if there's insufficient interest, or the interest isn't as valuable as keeping the facility as a pre-processing and screening facility, we'll gain ongoing value through the aeration halls and other composting processes. Next slide. There are several program benefits to the current path forward that we're recommending. It aligns both with the waste services and city's goals. Preserving internal capacity reduces our transportation costs and carbon emissions to truck waste to third-party regional processors. This blended approach also reduces program risk by diversifying our processing options. By expanding our capacity using simple, proven outdoor bunker design, we're able to minimize odor impact while meeting our program capacity needs. Next slide. While building cement bunkers has a higher capital cost than contracting out all residential organics, we've proven financial efficiency through our current cure site operations. Long-term operational savings, the offset of trucking costs, and the pivot from our anaerobic digester has a net present value over the next 20 years that it's approximately $30 million less than continuing the current program. This cost savings will allow us to increase our organics processing to 121,000 pounds without increasing costs to the ratepayer. Next slide. Our current regional contracts are set to expire in 2026. Our next step is to tender a competitive third-party organics processing contracts with an 8-year duration. Now, this provides two benefits. First, it allows for competitive bids as current and new entrants can expense their capital requirements over the length of the contracts. Second, it provides time to develop a strong understanding of the capital required to build on-site bunkers. If the cost doesn't result in economic value to residents, we have the opportunity to maintain the regional approach over a longer duration. If financial and program value remains, the long duration will enable sufficient time to complete the project. If the project is ahead of schedule, it may also provide the utility the capacity to provide service to our regional communities. As the organics processing program moves forward, administration will require utility committee approval before any capital projects are undertaken. These data-driven decisions will enable proper governance and ensure risk-adjusted approach as we move forward. Next slide. Finally, to enable this path forward, we are requesting a single-source organics processing contract for utility committee's consideration and approval. At present, apartment and condo organics are showing higher contamination rates than individual home green cart organics. This outcome was expected, and at present, we are using the anaerobic digester for this feedstock. No regional processors have the processing equipment to deal with this feedstock. Through market sounding, we found that claystone waste is positioned to provide cost-effective and environmentally beneficial processing of this material. By approving the sole source contract, we will ensure no organics are landfilled as we reach the end of our anaerobic digester operating contract in December of 2025. Additional details on this contract can be discussed in private to prevent harm to the business interests of Claystone. Next slide. This proposed path forward will ensure we have the processing capacity we require for our apartments and condos as we grow as a city. Further, the reduced costs and operational security of this path will preserve the financial sustainability of the program and help continue the strong financial performance of the past 5 years into the near and longer future. And next slide. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I selected this item, so I'll go first. Wait for my colleagues to sign up. I'm going to start with the digester. Effective, I go to your presentation and the flow diagram. What slide is that? One of the first few, 3, 4. So this is the current processing program. Either one of these options effectively stops the use of the digestion facility, correct?
In its current, in the way that we're currently using it, correct.
So we're effectively mothballing the digester.
We are mothballing all the aspects that relate to creating gas to produce electricity or other beneficial use. We'd be using the facility for its aeration bins and also as part of our composting program, unless we can find a private industry group that wishes to take it on and to operate it.
So everywhere we see digestion facility in that diagram, those boxes are eliminated.
Correct.
Is that what that amounts to? Now, so that's a $55 million investment that we're not sure we're going to get anything out of.
To the ratepayer, $45 million, but correct. We will get beneficial use out of the facility, so the facility itself is valuable. It's just the piece that creates gas and electricity would no longer be used under this option.
But there's no breakdown of that investment as to how much of that investment remains useful or used and how much isn't.
Yes, so that would be.
I'm going to stop you, Dennis. I was remiss in asking Mr. Beckett for his comments on this. I skipped a step, so I apologize. I'll go to you, Mr. Beckett, and I'll come back.
Well, actually, I think you should proceed because your path of questions fits pretty well with the comments that I would give.
Okay, then I will. So there is no breakdown in the presentation or in the materials. Have I missed anything?
No, you haven't missed anything.
Okay.
The operating costs, which are $10 to $13 million a year, offset any of those costs through the analysis both internally and externally. The $10 million a year within 4 years, you've technically covered the capital cost of that facility with an operating cost.
Okay, but now you're starting to throw numbers around that are not in the reports. So I don't understand something $10 million pays back $40 million. What $10 million is that?
Right, so that's the operating expense of the facility annually.
So if we stop operating it and we mothball it,
we save 10 to 13
we save $10 million in operating costs
annually.
Okay, but some of it still retains value.
The facility still has retained value, yes.
Okay, so already I'm getting a little frustrated because none of these numbers are anywhere in the materials, and I can't follow the analysis path. You made a comment, I think, about the decommissioning of the composter saved money. Thought I heard you say that in your presentation.
No, in an attempt to save money, when the Edmonton composting facility existed, the anaerobic digester leveraged some of that scrubbing and some of the infrastructure from that facility to reduce cost for the construction of the anaerobic digester.
So these were pieces of equipment that were in the original composter building?
Correct.
Now my understanding is that composter building cost us $97 million in 2001. Media reports that I searched through. Can you confirm that?
I'd have to take a look to confirm your numbers.
Okay. So I'm seeing, a number of investments that have been made at this facility over the years. I'm not sure how many of them I can talk about in public. Maybe I can ask you what numbers you can provide and come in public. Enerchem, what was the total? Can we talk about what the total investment was and where that sits?
Yeah, so specific to Enerchem, the facility itself was owned independently by Enerchem Alberta. The processing plant that creates refuse-derived fuel was invested by Waste Services. We're currently using that facility at its maximum capacity for Heidelberg Cement, so it is currently being used. The cost associated to Enerchem was borne by Enerchem.
Okay, I'm out of time. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so it sounds to me, if I can paraphrase this and simplify it, the $450 cost per ton of using the anaerobic digester, if we cease operations for that purpose, that's where the savings of $10 million a year are derived.
So it wouldn't be a net savings of 10 million because you'd have to find capacity for those tons.
Right.
Yet the other options, as you see within that diagram, are significantly less. So you're looking at anywhere from 4 times to 8 times cheaper for the same volume with the same environmental attributes.
So essentially, we're looking at, here was this technology. We were looking at getting a $10 million grant to use this technology. It is operating as intended, but it's expensive. We have cheaper options, and so the idea is to utilize the cheaper options and repurpose a bunch of stuff, like we did with the composter, and then to use the facility as an ongoing way to also process waste.
Correct.
Okay. So I agree with Councillor Carmel. It'd be nice to have those numbers so that the public can see it more clearly. I guess the question that people will ask and that we have to ask is, how do you communicate the value to the public for these decisions? Because obviously in waste management, technology changes, cost changes, so use cases start to change over decades, which is what we've seen, but we need to also clearly communicate that. So that process, that timeline, and the costs associated and the savings associated, is it possible to get that?
Yes, absolutely. We have those numbers. They exist within business cases that we've engaged in order to come to our recommendation today. And so we'll have to see what portions we can release versus that which should be
some
retained.
business case stuff and third-party information.
But we can provide more than's been provided today. In the end, it doesn't change the result. It just provides more data with respect to the result that we've achieved, not only internally through our analysis, but through an external independent.
Right. So, and the net result of what we're looking at today, I wanted to ask about the 8-year contracts. Maybe to Mr. Beckett, that's okay to go that far in the future?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect. And so we're looking at a sole source provider. Do you want to talk a little bit about the risks versus rewards on that one?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have to be a bit cautious because it's not a contract that we currently have in place. It's one we're requesting for. We may have to go in private if we have to speak to the specifics of the contract.
I just want high level.
Yeah, high level. So we have 2 different types of feedstock. One's a clean one, and our regional processors can deal with it. And so that's when we release an RFP so that we can get a bunch of applicants to deal with that. The one that's highly contaminated, they don't have the processing equipment. Claystone, which is municipally owned, is currently operating a landfill, and they're an organics processor. So what they do is a 2-step approach. They'll use the compost to denature it, and then from there they put as daily alternative cover on top of the landfill, which traps methane so it doesn't get released to the environment. It's much, much cheaper than regional composting, and it enables us to deal with highly contaminated organics that no one else will deal with.
Right, okay. So this is just part of the waste processing that any city will experience.
Yes, many are having a lot of difficulty with contamination levels. We have pre-processing at the EWMC, which works very well. Other communities don't. They have to rely on reduced contamination at the resident level, which we also benefit from. It significantly reduces our cost.
Yeah, okay. And last question. I I remember way back in the last term, we got a very stark report that the promises of diversion versus reality were very, very far apart. I'm looking at your diversion slide right now, and if we follow the plan that you're suggesting, is that going to impact our diversion numbers, or will they stay the same, or will it get better?
Yeah, we anticipate if all of our systems are working perfectly, we'd be about 55%, which is well on our journey to our aspirational goal of 90. We do know that we have a waste to energy contract that's coming forward in 27 or 28. And so if that one comes forward, that should bring us another 30 to 40% diversion. So we're well on our path to diversion.
That's incredible. That's the news of the day to me. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Mr. Beckett just to see if there's any comments you wanted to add before we have further questions.
Thank you. You probably won't be surprised to hear that there's a regulatory term that can be applied to this particular issue. It's called a stranded asset. Back when the HSADF was approved, Waste Management had a certain set of facts available to them, and on the basis of those facts presented a business case to Utility Committee and Council, who approved the construction of the asset. So the old story is, if I knew then what I know now, would I have done something differently? And the answer is probably yes, but the problem is you never know then what you know now, and that's what leads to the occasional situation where you get additional information, a change of focus, a change of direction, change of technology. There's a number of different things that can occur that cause you to have a look again at whether or not your continued use of the asset is appropriate. What Waste Management is bringing to you is a proposal that continued use of the asset in the manner in which it was originally proposed is no longer efficient or effective. I think they've shown that they're making every effort to repurpose the utility or the asset to the point that is possible. And it'll be interesting to see the business cases that accomplish that when they're brought forward. But the typical regulatory treatment of a stranded asset is it was an investment made in good faith, approved by the appropriate regulatory authorities. The cost needs to be recovered from customers, and that's where you swallow hard and say that's the reasonable thing to do. The only other comment I had was I might have missed it, but I didn't see a real concrete justification for the sole contracting proposal. You presented a contractor who apparently meets the criteria, but I can't see anywhere where you've gone out and searched to see if there's other contractors available. So those are my comments, but if you have any questions, I'd be pleased to deal with them.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Beckett. Councillor Jens.
Do administration want to respond to Mr. Beckett's questions?
Yes, I'd like to introduce Andre Joseph to speak to the market sounding that we did before asking for a sole source.
Thank you, everyone. So prior to actually going out to discuss the sole source opportunity with Claystone, sorry, can you hear me now? Okay, perfect. It's my first time to council. Apologize. Yeah, so what we actually did, we contacted our existing vendors and actually conducted our own market soundings. So all of the existing vendors who currently take waste from us, including one anaerobic digester facility, right? Each one of these vendors, quite politely told us and also documented it that no, this feedstock is way too difficult to process, and they would have to actually go back out and actually invest in other facilities to actually take this waste. The only vendor who returned a positive comment back to us was actually Claystone Waste, not requiring any additional investment to actually take this place, and also returning quite an attractive price back to us, right? So as Dennis pointed out, we haven't actually engaged in formal contract negotiations yet on their proposal, and once approved and directed by the council, we'll actually have to do those discussions with that vendor.
Thank you. Mr. Beckett, so kind of I hear that was then, this is now. I hear the frustration that past councillors must feel of saying, we did the best we could with the information we had at the time. I guess I'm wondering, on the go forward, your only concern with the sole source approach was it necessary or not, but conceptually, do I hear sort of a general support for the direction of administration to go in this way while trying to figure out what juice we can squeeze out of the stranded asset?
The term, if I knew then what I know now, are the lyrics from a Rod Stewart song. On the issue of the sole sourcing, I accept the statements that have just been provided. I wish it had been provided in the report, because that's always a key issue when you do a sole source agreement. As far as the direction forward, I'm not an expert on waste management. I'm an expert on regulatory issues, but it seems like it's a reasonable approach. It's not an open-ended commitment. It requires completion of a successful contract negotiation and the establishment of the business cases that will support the direction forward in the future. Do I support it? I can't really answer that question. Does it seem reasonable? Yes.
Mm-hmm. I guess, so maybe to administration then, the assumption is we're going to we know we're going to compost, it's in the strategy, and we know we are going to be doing a lot more of it. The assumption of going up to 121,000 orange peels. What units are we doing here? Pounds? Kilos? Tons. Wow, tons. Wow, okay. Yeah, 121,000 tons. And so HSADF is too expensive. We then can either pause the strategy and landfill it, which is not acceptable to our climate goals and everything else. We can go to an open tender, which hearing there's not a lot of appetite, or we have a proposal here for the sole source, and that's the recommendation from an administration going forward. Have I sort of sorted out the decision tree here?
Correct. And our current contracts are expiring, so they all blend together as we move forward in a risk-adjusted approach.
Okay. And this also, in a sense, is buying us a time to then figure out what our longer-term plan is for either the facility or this program in general. So this is a much lower risk, if I understand it, recommendation going forward.
Yes, correct. So in essence, what it is option 2 that was within your report is the interim status. So we'd use regional processing as we determine whether or not we want to expand our internal capacity. Now, we found on our collection that a good blend between internal and external, it works extremely well for risk mitigation, especially when people, when they go out of business. And so right now, the perspective is that is our best approach. Now, we'll have to take a look at costing. Creating cement bunkers is way different than an anaerobic digester, yet there is cost. So we have to then measure that when we find out what that cost is against our current regional contracts and what we anticipate future ones would be.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. That takes us to noon, at least on the clock on this screen. So we'll recess now and reconvene at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'll call the September 3rd, 2024 meeting of Utility Committee back to order. Do a quick roll call. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Jans, I think, is around. He'll be with us momentarily. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And we're joined by other councillors as well. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rutherford. May join us later. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. And that is all. Mayor Sohi let me know that he will not be joining us this afternoon. So we will resume questions of administration, and we'll start with Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I wanted to talk through a few questions. I think overall the direction makes a lot of sense. I appreciate the analysis, and I also appreciate sort of bringing in a third party. I just wanted to reflect on one of the recommendations of the report, the third-party report, which was around further exploring privatization. So that is work that will be happening in the coming weeks and months. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. And so that's the rationale for the sole source, to enable us time to ensure that we divert the waste that's currently going to the anaerobic digester. That gives us the ability to go out, do a market sounding, see if there is interest from private industry to operate the facility and lease it from us.
And I just wanted to confirm that the sole source then doesn't preclude any potential future partnership. For example, I know that for someone to assume responsibility of the facility, they probably want a guaranteed feedstock, for example, or guaranteed customer level. So would the sole source remove enough volume that wouldn't be feasible? Just want to make sure that one doesn't shut down the other.
Yeah, it does not. So as indicated, our RFP is coming out for our regular organics as well. And so anybody who has interest in operating that facility can make a bid. Now they're going to have to ensure that their pricing is aligned to the other applicants, and that the value to the utility is above what it is retaining it for a differentiated use within the utility.
Okay. Then, I appreciate the conversation around sort of the accommodation and having the 50-50 split between our own facilities and private facilities. I see a lot of value in that. Just wondering how we manage contract cost risk, given that we don't necessarily have full control over that. And just again, wanting to ensure that this option doesn't preclude us potentially expanding a further cure site in the future if we wanted to change that proportion to 75-25, let's say.
Yeah, so the reason we're looking at a longer duration is so you can get those economies of scale. So you don't just have your current processors bidding on this work, you have new entrants bid on it as well. It takes a while to get your environmental approvals and to get your compost sites up and going, but it's not so long that it doesn't allow us to pivot. And so as we learn, as we grow, as we see what internal pricing is, we can compare against the contract price, the CPI increases to those contracts, and where we're at. And realistically, if it's an 8-year, it means in 6 years we'll be looking at those contracts again.
Okay. In terms of some of the sensitivity, so I heard in the presentation, I think that, even if we were to sell the carbon credits, do a direct deal with another entity, it still wouldn't be economical. Did we do a sensitivity analysis on if the provincial regulations were changed? Like, does that equation change if we were able to sell directly onto the grid?
So when we looked at, that is one that we would have to, we'd have to see what other jurisdictions are receiving, with respect to their electricity and the carbon, where if it is allowed. I know that we are unaware of any changes to the regulations at this time. For electricity. Now, the market's much more open for renewable natural gas. That is an available market. And when we looked at the potential revenue through that stream, when you take a look at the operating expense, it's still not as cheap as composting, and the attributes are very similar.
Okay, interesting. I mean, again, just sort of thinking through what are the things we don't know now that we might know in the future and want to make different decisions on? So for me, the opportunity to sell directly onto the grid, again, that's a regulatory constraint. It's not a constraint of natural law or anything like that. So it is something that could change in the future. And so just also wanting to confirm that the components around conversion to electricity are being mothballed, not dismantled. They could potentially be, I think they still require capital investment, but we're not removing any of that potential.
Depends on the option. So if we lease it to a private,
Right.
it won't be dismantled. If we find that it's a beautiful big facility, and so to have it sit there for periods of time with no use doesn't make sense either.
Oh, no.
And there's significant, and there may be value in the sale of, let's say, for example, our electricity turbines, or we may be able to use it for a different purpose, such as our landfill gas initiative. And
Gotcha.
so to suggest that it would just sit there, it's not that I don't think. The review that we've done shows that there's better value in using that facility in complement to our compost system than to have it sit.
No, absolutely. And just for clarity, I was thinking of those specific electrical components, but appreciate your point about even those could be repurposed in other ways. Thanks. I'll have a few more questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you. So I think your slide said it was, the business case was in 2018, but I think in the attachment, the original decision was 2013.
The business case was in 2013.
Business case 2013.
In 2018 was the Edmonton compost facility.
Gotcha. But ultimately, this kind of infrastructure piece was approved 2 to 3 councils ago.
Correct.
Yes. And in your internal and external analysis, were there other options that were surfaced? And I'm assuming that these were the 2 most viable ones, but can you talk about some of the reasons for why the others weren't considered?
Yeah, so if you take a look at your attachments, that one from the external consultant and the other one from the internal, what they provided were the top considerations. So there were more than 20 different options that were looked at and different combinations, variations. You have the program outcome. There's a lot of different, it's not just financial, it's program outcome as well. And then they compared one against the other. And if you take a look at the external, you'll see that within that one, and I can bring up the page if you'd like, they actually have a heat map that shows the value that it brings to the utility and the scoring. Now, through that scoring exercise, it aligned with what we had done internally as well, which showed the options 1 and 2 that are within the report as the top options.
Yeah, because I just want to know that you've done a very thorough analysis, not like backed by external analysis, that you've kind of done an exhaustive search of like what's possible, and ultimately these are the 2 recommendations. I want to talk a little bit about the 3-stream multifamily collection because that's contributing to the contamination, hence why there's only one facility that can take it. It's been a year since the implementation, and I think you've achieved implementation in 1 or 2 wards, right?
Approximately 20% of the city at this time.
20%. And how is the current, for example, are you seeing contamination going down? Even though it's high, but is it at least going down? I know your team works super hard for outreach, for education, working with property managers. Are you seeing, an impact there? Are we on track to achieve 121,000 by 2027?
Yeah, so I think Chris Fowler is here. You would have to, we didn't do a waste characterization study of the contamination levels within the organics. And so we can't provide you exact numbers. We'd have to give you anecdotal thoughts as to what we're seeing. But we can tell you this, the cart system was put in place because it's individual ownership of your waste. Whenever you have a bin system and everybody can contribute to that bin, they don't have the same level of ownership. And so we knew coming into this that our apartment and condos contamination has the opportunity for more, for higher levels of contamination than you would at single family homes. And what we thought was going to happen is happening. And we also have seen that through continued education and through enforcement, as we move forward, you'll see that contamination level go down. As it goes down, we have the opportunity then for different types of processing. So the sole source that we can get into enables us that option as well.
Okay, so I think that's kind of where I'm going, is that first of all, are we on track for that that trend that you just described? You know, is higher than single family? Yes. How much higher? Is it much higher? You know, are we seeing steady decrease? And then I guess I'm just, you know, at some point I imagine, or do you think it will be at a place where other contractors can take it, so that we're not relying on a sole contract? I don't know, just in case, right? And then what's a good time horizon to kind of evaluate that?
Yeah, so we will certainly be evaluating it as we roll out the program. And so the program does have different steps with respect to the waste review and the characterization of that, you know, of the separation. And so I don't have that number with me right now. I'm not sure if any of my team does as to when we're going to do our first characterization. It's really tough when you only have 20% of the city to measure what you perceive or what you anticipate the rest of the city to achieve in the coming years. But we do know that, or we are confident that what we are seeing today will improve as we continue to roll out the program, as we educate the public. History has shown in other communities as well, and in our green cart, that we're reducing contamination levels through that education.
Because I don't want coming out of this report some kind of signal to say, well, because we're having these issues and we're seeking these other contracts, therefore we're slowing down. We have a goal to meet with our 25-year waste strategy. Everyone's effort counts, and we're going to find a way to process all of that.
100%. Our goal is to have the contamination levels decrease to the point where it can be processed by regular processors.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. My turn again. I honestly don't even know where to start. So we did some sensitivity checking about sole sourcing and what other third parties might be able to do this processing. We came back that only one can do it right now today.
Correct.
Did we ask other proponents, you know, if they would be able to take this on and invest in other facilities if we gave them an 8-year contract? How did we ask the question?
So I'll pass this on to Andre to provide your response.
So, great question, actually. So the market for folks who can actually process this type of waste in Alberta right now, especially northern Alberta and Edmonton, is actually fairly limited, right? You know, we did do an RFP prior to onboard the existing providers that we have right now. So we actually went out to our market solemn exercise to actually talk to the current providers as well as the unsuccessful proponents who weren't able to actually acquire tons from us through that process, and they also returned the same answer as well. So what we looked at was actually current providers, also those who were not successful, and they all returned the same answer. So, like I said, the market for organic processors isn't that large in Edmonton or the region, and hence one of the reasons why, you know, actually putting these tons out to market actually enables us to stimulate that economy, to have more processors come to market and actually handle different types of waste. But right now, we only have one person that can actually, you know, reasonably handle this at a cost-effective price.
Okay, well, I'm not sure that really answers my question, honestly. If I went to, there's a number of ways that I could see approaching this. So if I go to some other third party and say, we have an 8-year contract. We know you can't do this now. Could you do it later? Would you be willing to invest on an 8-year contract? What would that contract look like? If we were to offer you the ability to accept not just contaminated waste, but other waste that is less contaminated, you know, so the more pure organic stream that we get from single-family residential, would that change the cost profile? Like, I don't, there's nothing in the reports that says that kind of effort was made to see if there's other solutions.
One of the constraints as well is timing. So we know that our operating contract for the anaerobic digester ends December of next year. We also know that if we're going to begin the transition, that'll happen mid-year, which means they have to be capable of processing this contaminated organics within the next 3 to 6 months. That does not exist. If we had the ability or the, I guess, the time to allow others to build this capacity, potentially they could, but within the timelines we currently have, if we make a decision to wind down operations on the anaerobic digester, then they are the ones who are capable of doing it.
Unless we pause the multifamily residential collection and we don't get this massive increase in material, and then that removes the time crunch.
So if we pause the rollout, we still have the 20% of the city that is diverting their organics through the green bins that are at their residences, and we'd in essence be landfilling all that organic. We'd have to. There's no other place for it.
Well, what are we doing with it now?
It's going through the anaerobic digester. Now, if we want to extend the operating contract, it would basically maintain the operating cost for that organic for another year at a cost of $10 or more million of operational capital required versus less than a third of the cost if we transition.
Just feels another one of these brinksmanship decision points where we're forced into a decision with time constraints instead of with the opportunity to properly consider all of the potential options. And so another question I have is the sensitivity analysis that might have gone along with the net present value. I've got two numbers, net present value. I don't have individual capital cost numbers for each of those options. I don't know the sensitivity around those capital cost numbers. I don't know what the operating numbers are. I don't know what the operating assumptions are. I've got two numbers. Take the lower one. How long would it take you to actually provide all of the backup just on the two financial numbers alone, and come back with that?
Yeah, so we do have that data available, and so if a motion is made to request it in a memo or back to utility committee, we can do that to provide that background for you. It exists within the business plans that we internally did.
I'm out of time. I'll come back. Councillor Jens.
Thank you. I wanted to put the recommendation on the floor. Can I do that at this time?
Yes, you can.
Thanks. Also, I wanted to ask, would there be labor implications with our union staff if we pursued the recommendation ahead of us, and would they be negative or not?
Yeah, there's zero impact. Our anaerobic digester right now is operated by an independent third-party company.
Okay. All right. Yeah, actually, I think that's it for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just want to get some final clarity from a question Councillor Tang was asking. So just in terms of the sole source that we're entering into, if we do start to see cleaner food waste, I think I heard you say that the contract could accommodate that. Is that correct? I'm just wondering, do we get stuck paying to process more contaminated food scraps when the food scraps are no longer that contaminated?
Yeah, so the contract that we're looking to enter into enables the processing of contaminated and the processing of regular organic material, and so you're able to achieve both.
Okay. And then also just for my total clarity, as we're transitioning, what I'm hearing is that we're not going to stop using the anaerobic digester before we have we're not going to start landfilling all of the condo and apartment waste. There'll be a transition. One will happen before we stop the other, or one will start before we stop the other.
Yes, regardless of the decision today, we will not be landfilling organics from condos and apartments.
Great. And then just to kind of end on, I think the decision presented to us, the recommendation is sound. It's also, really, really disappointing that this facility hasn't performed in the way that we anticipated or former councils anticipated. What are we taking away from this? What have we learned in terms of future facilities we may be investing in? What do we do differently, I guess?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I wasn't here when these were decided on either. And so I've put a fresh set of eyes, and the directors that are here as well, the other groups that are in waste services. we as a group recognize and have learned that bleeding edge or new edge technology has risk. And as a utility, you're not bringing in profit, so you have no margin for error. And so even if there's a grant available, if you have to take on that risk for that new technology, be aware, because it doesn't come without potential consequence. So our entire team knows that if we're looking at innovation, and sometimes we have to, like the conversion to hydrogen, whatever it ends up being, it better be proven. So innovation without it being proven in advance has too much risk for a utility. And so we're looking to do proven technology as we move forward. And an example of that is using a bunker system. It's basically a cement trough with aeration from the bottom and, and pads on top to prevent the smell. And so we're looking to simplify and to invest in a way that we know we can achieve versus what we aspire to achieve.
No, it's fascinating. I don't know, Mr. Beckett, if you would want to weigh in on this balance between, as a utility approach to innovation, because innovation is important. We don't want to stifle that completely, but hearing in this case, and I think others, where too cutting edge has not led to good value for the ratepayer, for example. So, any thoughts on principles around innovation in a utility?
Well, my major thought is that you really have to recognize the difference between an investor-owned utility and a municipally owned utility. An investor-owned utility is prepared to take risks to receive rewards, and recognizes that if they take the risk and it fails, they're going to eat something. They're going to feel some pain as a result of it. But you can't do that with a municipal utility. They need to keep earning enough money to be able to fund the pay-as-you-go capital investment, because there's no other way of injecting cash into the utility other than a straight gift, I guess. But I don't think council or the city wants to do that. So that's the difference. I think that your risk profile varies depending upon your place in the utility industry and the structure of your utility.
Great. Thank you very much for those reflections.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you for that. So if we enter into the sole source just for the high contamination multifamily sorted products, and then in the meantime, as we procure to kind of build, the next compost facility, and we're going to be entering some interim third-party contracts for those higher quality compost. I guess I'm just wondering, what's the timeline for that interim piece?
So that's the 8 years that we talked about. And so we're looking at 8-year contracts for that higher quality organics.
For sort of like over the time horizon of 20 years, right? That's what I read in the report.
Yeah, so when we look at your net present value, we do it over 20 years because that's about how long facilities last, and then you have to do capital investment again.
Okay.
And so that's how you derive your net present values. Yet we're calling them interim contracts, but I'm not sure you can call 8 years interim.
Yeah.
What you would call them is we're going out to RFP, we're going to engage in contracts with regional processors that ensure that we have the processing capacity as our waste needs grow. Now, during that time, we'll assess if investing in further internal capacity is worth it or not. And we can judge that against our contracts as we go forward.
Yeah, because even 8 feels quite long. And I think my earlier question, I don't know if I actually heard, like, what's the ideal time to kind of reevaluate where we're at. And it sounds like, Claystone might be able to process both types of waste or compost. I think I'm just worried about, are we going to lock ourselves in to over this time horizon when perhaps other things emerge that can address the needs. So should we have a more frequent check-in even with some of these interim, options?
Yeah, and so our team looked at it, and what they found was if they make their contracts too short, then all they get is applicants who can currently do it today.
Okay.
And no one else will want to invest into it because it's too short.
You're
And
also
so
trying
the
to
sweet
incentivize,
spot-
so you're trying to
that's the sweet
incentivize the,
spot.
investment. Okay, that's helpful. And then just in your next step, you will return to utility committee with a business case. But for that option one, it sounds like, from previous questions, it would be nice to see the numbers for both options.
Yeah,
Right.
so what will happen is we'll put out an RFP to deal with our organics. If the sole source is accepted, then we have opportunity for the contaminated waste at this time as we transition from the anaerobic digester. At that point, we have some decisions to make. Do we invest in transitioning the anaerobic digester or not? Do we invest in a bunker system to increase our organics capacity or not? What's nice is we have regional contracts that enable us to actually compare what we believe to be the cost of those projects against what our actual cost of processing is. And then we will come to council for each of those projects as we move forward.
What's the timeline for that?
That's, can I get my team to help with respect to the timeline for coming forward with the cure site? So building the bunker system on site, what is the timeline to coming before? Jawad, do you have that?
So some of the preliminary design work has already kind of occurred or is occurring on that. So we should be able to come up with a business case either this year or early next year. We are just getting our facts and numbers together to build a business case on that front.
Okay. And then eventually, when you get to the stage of like requesting, do you anticipate this kind of a budget request for the next budget cycle then?
Yeah, so it will not impact the 2025 budget cycle. And although we'd be bringing forward...
Sorry, I'm talking about the 4-year budget cycle.
Yeah, so we don't do, we're doing a 1-year rate filing.
Okay.
And so it won't be in the next year's rate filing. It will not impact in 2025. And in fact, with the duration of contracts that we're looking to enter into, it gives us more time before we have to make the decision of building.
Yeah.
Now, building bunkers is not complex, yet it still takes time to get through processes and achieve it. And so what we'd be looking to do is have it come online a year or two before the end of our contracts. And that way you can bring organics into it, make sure that it functions properly, that we can actually, compost the amount that we anticipate we should be able to compost in advance of those regional contracts coming up for renewal.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. So I just want to break this down a little bit. So we've heard some concern about maybe, we would like to see a little more competition in the field, but we can't create that competition. And then the thought is, well, maybe if we gave private industry more time, they'd come up with some competition, which I think is a fair idea. In the meantime, we are essentially paying more for similar results than we need to be. And so the idea is offer this contract that allows a private interest to actually fulfill the work, but also keep it open for other potential contracts within that 6 to 8 years. And at that point, if industry has spooled up more options, then we can reasonably look for that and probably derive some savings or at least spread risk. Am I understanding this correctly?
I'm not sure I fully, let's see if I have it accurate.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we found in the last time we released the RFP is we did two things. One, we gave sufficient duration to enable others to come into play. So you get more competition, and it worked. And we decided we weren't going to put all our eggs in one basket because we failed when we've done that in the past. So we actually gave multiple smaller contracts out of the one RFP. We'd be doing that again this time. So rather than one group getting it, we look to actually release it and have multiple different applicants succeed. Some are a bit higher than others, but on balance, it's a reasonable cost, and it diversifies our risk and enables us to ensure that we actually have a competitive market.
Okay. So that's where we're at. But then, so now break down the sole source here. That's what
Yeah,
I guess
so
where
the
I'm
sole
snagging.
source is independent of that. So we have,
Okay.
so that's for our, that's our cleaner organics, right? So that is what we do as a normal course. We go out to market and we see, you know, how much competition there is, get the best rates we can. We have our internal composting that we do as well with grass leaf yard, and we use it a bit for our residents as well. But now we have the stuff that we're currently using our anaerobic digester for. What do you do with that? Well, that's the sole source.
Okay, yeah, but again, within that 6 to 8 year period where there's a contract, in that time, if someone else comes up with other solutions, do we have options within that 6 to 8 year period in order to expand what we're doing so we can derive those potential savings or spread that risk?
Yeah, so how you deal with that is, and again, I might have to ask that we go into private, and I know that
Right,
Councilman's here as well.
I don't
so
want to
you gotta
go
be a
that
bit
detailed
cautious,
into it.
But there's ways in which you can structure a contract to enable you that nimbleness, and not lock yourself into, you know, a set agreement. The problem is that the other side of the contract wants some security.
Then you take
and
away
they
the
need it.
security and then your
Right,
price
so-
changes.
Right, so it's trying to
Yeah.
find that balance between the two, and your price is going to be impacted. A lot of people, they're willing to entertain, but your price is going to see it. So we have to try to negotiate to the point where it makes most sense for our utility and enables interest with processors.
So how long has the RFP been out?
It has yet to be released.
Oh, it's yet to be. So how does that work then?
Yeah, so we're asking permission to enter into a sole source for the
Without putting out
contaminated
an
organics, without a fully negotiated contract. And so once we have permission, then we're allowed to enter into that contract. And so that's what we're looking to do.
Okay. But at this point, there aren't any other players who can give us the same price.
Correct, or the same service for that
Or the
level
same
of
service.
contamination in the timelines that we need, with the operating agreement coming to an end on our anaerobic digester at the end of 2025.
But in the contract is protections for us if there's failure to deliver. We're not left holding the bag, so to speak.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's good news. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think it's back to me. I want to go to back to that slide, the current processing cost. There's kind of two slides that talk to each other together here. So on that slide, it says at the bottom of the upside down triangle, landfill is $65 a ton. So presumably, I believe that's a combination of tipping charges and transportation charges, yes?
Correct.
And so that's all the material comes to the waste management center and then goes off to the landfill. That's what that $65 a ton says.
Correct.
These other numbers, are those additive to $65 or in place of $65?
In place of $65.
So landfill is $65 a ton, the cure site is $55 a ton.
Correct.
That's our cost.
That's all cost because there's no transportation cost.
Well, it's
And that's
so
net of revenue from sales of compost as well. It's $55 a ton.
net of revenue.
Yep.
And that's the cost to the ratepayer, essentially. So, so then we speak to diversion. So if we didn't do, let's just talk about compost. If we didn't compost, more material would go to the landfill, and our diversion numbers would go down.
Correct.
How much diversion do we get out of composting? How much do we get out of recycling? Those two things. Those seem to be fairly reasonably fundamental things we could do. The cure site seems to have a reasonable cost. What about recycling?
So in April of 2025, we will be transferring the cost of recycling to extended producer responsibility. So that cost will be going away from the utility. So you'll see the impact of that change in the upcoming rate filing.
So I have a question about effectively what I'm getting to is, are we asking the question, have we ever asked the question, should we go and ask the question again about, so if we ask discreetly, this is my presumption, my view is that if we ask residents discreetly, do you want to divert as much material as possible from the landfill? They will say yes. Do you want to see us collect organics and compost that? They will say yes. I don't, do you want to, but I don't know that we've asked them the question of, are you willing to double the cost of disposal to go to regional organics? Are you willing to go to $250 a ton, roughly 4 times the cost of landfill, to go to RDF? What is the level of diversion that comes with those costs? I don't know that we've ever had a conversation with the public about a cost-benefit analysis on any of this. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. The 25-year strategy has as its main focus diversion. And so achieving 90% diversion. What's interesting, as we see our understanding of the impact to our planet develop, we're starting to see carbon impact, which is different than diversion. Because let's say, for example, it takes a lot of transportation. You could actually be at a higher carbon impact than diversion will actually give you in benefit.
Well, this is the point I was trying to make earlier. We have other landfills in the greater metro region, say within 100 kilometers of this building, and they too have an interest in diversion to extend the life of their landfill. They too have an interest in recycling and extended producer responsibility. But I do not see an analysis that says, rather than build more stuff at the Waste Management Center and truck everything there, what are the options to have those things done at other places? And I've heard that nobody can do it now. But I haven't heard that if we rebundle all of the things that are available, that they might do it tomorrow.
Having the duration of the contracts that we're looking to put forward does give us opportunity to do this analysis. If we don't, so let's say we do nothing. If we do nothing, what will happen is our operating contract for the anaerobic digester expires. So we have to figure that out. We have no regional processors because those are set to expire in 2026. So what we have left is our compost cure site, which, as you suggest, is cost effective. The impact to our environment is methane and carbon, and some of the impact to the cost as it relates to some of the impacts that come from having that much carbon and greenhouse gas into your region and your environment.
Sorry, I'm out of town. Any further questions to administration?
Yeah, with apologies.
No, don't apologize. Councillor Paquette.
All right, thank you. So, this is another discussion, and maybe we should be having another time, but it's an interesting one, and that is, when, in the last term, when we discovered that the projections and the goals and everything for waste diversion were essentially not possible and not happening, there was a massive change in direction, and this is one of those old legacy projects from that previous approach. And so, is this the last one we're getting out of?
The anaerobic digester?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Because I don't think we have any big new experimental big promise things.
No, we have no new experimental big promise initiatives other than we entered into, with council approval, a contract for waste to energy, and that's scheduled for 2028. But we were able to de-risk ourselves in that the only risk to the utility on that one, we put not a penny out until they actually operate.
Right.
When they operate, it will be more expensive than landfilling. So to Councillor Cartmel's question, does the community value it? Well, according to the 25-year strategy and Greener as we grow and providing beneficial use out of waste, it is an alignment, but it will be more expensive. Landfilling is always the cheapest.
Yeah.
But there's environmental impacts.
If we go forward today, we immediately start, immediately, but in the short term, we start reducing costs of diversion because we won't be doing that $450 a ton. So we'll put that aside. That's one decision. But then moving forward, we need to have a greenhouse gas and diversion and cost analysis that shows okay, so X approaches yield X results as far as diversion, greenhouse gas. This is the cost compared to other options, and what is the public appetite. So we will need that analysis at some point.
Yeah, and we do have a 5-year strategy. So the 25-year strategy is now 5 years old.
Yeah.
And so we are doing work right now to take a retrospective look at what we've achieved in the last 5 years and what we look to achieve in the next 5 years. And in alignment with what Councillor Cartmel is saying, we don't believe diversion at all costs is the right metric.
No, it
And
is
so
not.
we will be coming back with a 5-year strategy that aligns to a more balanced metric that cares for our environment and fiscal responsibility together.
Right, because there's a lot of things that go through the mind. Like, okay, so if you're trucking 100 kilometers away, and those big trucks, you're burning a lot of gas. That's greenhouse gas emissions. But then if you're building a big concrete bunker, that concrete also represents a big GHG component, right? So it's finding that balance. And so it's interesting because waste diversion, for a lot of people, it's simple. You pick up the garbage, you throw out your garbage, it gets picked up. They take it to the dump. That's the idea, right? But it actually gets a little bit more complicated on the back end if we want to adhere to what the public is saying they prioritize and value as far as the environment and their local, their local environment mostly. Yeah. So can we have that conversation after we're done this decision today?
Yeah,
and maybe do like a 5-year review now?
Yeah, so it's actually a project that's going on right now, and we will be coming to Utility Committee with the 5 years looking forward project.
Okay. And last, so this decision is on the floor. So if we vote for this and you move forward, is there a check-in point at some point where or it doesn't even have to be a check-in point, will you be sending council sort of that breakdown that we were talking about what's this cost analysis here about what we're actually saving, this $10 million a year versus what it would have cost otherwise, and just so we can get that compare contrast so we can show it to the public.
Yeah, my understanding is there'd be value from what I'm hearing from council. There's value in that information, so we can absolutely bring it forward to council. The easiest is probably via memo, but if you wish to make a motion to have it come back in a different way, we can look to that as well.
I think a memo is fine for now because any sort of motion can be generated out of that if need be. But right now I'm just talking, so I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I think committee's done a great job, but I do have a couple questions. If no one was going to ask that, I think I need to ask in private about the contract specifically. I apologize.
It's fine. That's fine. I'll move that we go into private, subject to, I'll find them. I'm sorry, I don't have them in front of me.
Sections 16 and 25.
Subject 16 and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Please vote on going in private.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. I'll give you a moment or two to
we're in public.
Thank you. We're back in public. We have a motion on the floor. I have a question to the mover. You've effectively moved the recommendation in the report. I'm wondering about an amendment that would change that to that utility committee recommend to council, but otherwise the remainder of the motion remains the same.
So I was wondering about that, if the process, and I don't know whether to look to the clerk here, because it's interesting, we're saying that you can enter into an agreement, but I believe the agreement is still to be, the fine print is still to be sorted out. So would it make sense, and maybe this is the clerk, utility committee gives the go-ahead to enter into the agreement, go and do the agreement, and then does the city manager sign off, or does the then final agreement come back to city council for discussion here? So, like, I'm a new councillor, I don't know how we do these things.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Jens. So any committee has the mandate and ability to enter into agreement, and there's no set limit amount. So it's up to the committee if they want to send it to council or approve it at committee.
Yeah, and this is, we're basically saying go forth and enter into this to a terms acceptable to the city manager. So if ultimately still the city manager would still have sign off on the final contract.
That's correct.
So it's my time, Michael.
Does that answer your question?
It does. So I'm going to move a formal amendment that the motion be amended to say that utility committee recommend to council that. So I'll put that amendment on the floor. Committee can vote on it in a moment. So in introducing my amendment, we have received the advice that this is not purely a regulatory conversation anymore. This has become a council priority question. This is a dollars versus diversion question, and perhaps in that consideration. And so, given that, should not all of council weigh in on that and by voting? I'm not suggesting necessarily we repeat the debate or the conversation we've had today, but at the very least that all council have the opportunity and the responsibility offered to vote on this set of motions. This has got multi-year and many multi-million-dollar implications, and I think that it bears going up to council to at least from a ratification basis. That's my introduction. Councillor Stevenson for questions.
Well, thank you, Councillor Cartmel. I think that your introduction answers my main question. I guess maybe, and I don't know who I'm asking this question of, but is utility committee only a regulator, or are we also a governing committee in the way that urban planning committee may be, sort of the holder of some of our land use policies and strategy? Like, I'm just trying to understand. I take the point of the tension between regulation and policy, but I just don't know that it's outside, still, if it is outside the purview of the committee to have ownership over policy questions. I can ask the mover to start if others want to reflect on that.
Well, I think there's room, but I think, on matters of great significance, then it's prudent to allow all of council to weigh in. And in my mind at least, this is not a trivial or a lesser matter. I'm not going to offer any examples that might happen at Urban Planning Committee, for instance. I would also note that we have two committees that have third-party objective outside advisors, audit and utility. And I think that changes at least somewhat the mandate of the committee.
Okay, I think something that has typically been our practice is that if we have a large number of council members attending committee, so non-committee members of council attending who wish to weigh in or have thoughts, that's typically when we refer from committee to council. I'm not seeing that dynamic in the room today.
If you don't think it's necessary to move it to council, then vote against the amendment.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Any other questions? I'm not going to invite speaking to. We'll just vote on the amendment. Please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote. Councillor Jansen.
I'm a no.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has failed. So we're back to the original motion. Questions on the original motion? Any further questions? Okay, speaking to the motion. I think I have Councillor Paquette. I'm not sure about Councillor Stevenson. Are you? Okay.
All right. Well, an abundance of after yous. So I will support this because the end analysis is pretty simple. Either we do nothing and we continue to use the anaerobic digester, and that's $450 a ton. We throw it straight to landfill, which kind of defeats the entire purpose of the mandate we received from the citizenry, and we pay a carbon cost for that. Or we find a third way that gives us time to consider the capital costs of building our own, which directly impacts the ratepayer. So simply put, we enter into a contract that gives us the best possible price for the same results that we would like to see for far less than the alternatives. And so that makes it pretty simple, and it gives us some breathing room as well to determine how we want to proceed with our own approach, and it gives us time to look at the larger picture of the cost of greenhouse gas emissions, of diversion, and what that looks like as far as trucking or building or contracting. And frankly, if there is a private solution here that fulfills everything that we need it to fulfill, that provides a better deal for Edmontonians, which this does, I'm for it. Now, there is some concern about the length of the contract, but it is a balance between how long do you want to provide surety to a contractor versus how much you end up wanting to pay for that contract. And in this case, I'm prohibited by legal matters to go further into that, but I am satisfied with the answers that we received. And so in the interim as well, as the City of Edmonton looking at in-house solutions, if any, we may not even choose to go that route if this proves to be very effective. There is the opportunity for other private interests to spool up their own processes that they can offer as a service to Edmontonians. So with that in mind, and with the idea that we are getting ourselves out of old legacy concepts that were experimental, this is the last one, I believe, that we're getting out of, and I'll be happy to sort of remove ourselves from it, and we move forward with a more practical and some might say mundane approach, but it works. And if something works, then use it. And that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Wanted to really thank the team for bringing this work forward to us now. The fact that you are doing it proactively before we're not falling off the cliff in terms of our organics processing capacity, and really appreciate this proactive work to ensure that there isn't a gap in what we're able to divert. That's really important, not only for our long-term strategy, but just for the impact that we're having right now. Everything we can do to prevent organics going to landfill is critically important, so thank you. I also really appreciate the robust analysis and options analysis that was done, and appreciate that it was confirmed by a third party as well. I think that really lends a lot of support to the decisions or the recommendations that were provided. Similar to my colleague, there's a lot of comfort in knowing that we're going back to the tried and true. Getting back to basics, I think, is a really positive way forward. I think the conversation we've had today about how, as a municipal utility, we need to be really mindful of the level of risk we're taking on with new technologies. And again, the outcomes are going to be what they need to be to meet our important climate change goals, to meet our waste diversion goals, but they're using more tried and true methods. So again, thank you to the team for bringing this forward, and I look forward to supporting this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to support this recommendation. I think through this conversation, I feel very confident in the diligence that went into this. We've exhausted lots of different options, research, and analysis to strike the right balance between policy and utility. Although I feel like if there's a takeaway for this one, it will be if I know what I know, or if I knew back then what I know now. I feel like we could apply that to so many decisions that come at this table. But I appreciate a lot of the diligence into this. I think for me, this point about, what is the cost of doing nothing? We're not, I think about the amount of work, multifamily, sorting, ward gutter here is the first to kind of see the whole ward covered. And I see the amount of effort that Edmontonians, that the staff is putting into to make sure we are on track to achieve those 25-year strategy. Like we heard, we're 5 years in. We still have a ways to go, and I just worry about if we don't do anything to mitigate the risk that could potentially present itself in a variety of scenarios, we undermine our own strategies that we approve, and we undermine confidence and trust in the services we provide, in operations, in policy. So I feel that we have done a lot of the work looking into how do we make sure that this is cost effective, that we maintain our performance, that we don't undermine our own strategy. And to me, this strikes the right balance. And, could there be other options? Perhaps they will come, and I think there is that flexibility to evaluate. I think that's all I'll say. So thanks to all the work, and I hope to see an update on how this helps us maintain that momentum.
Thank you. So I'll take my turn, and then Councillor Jans can close. We've had a litany of projects over the last couple of decades. If we go back to where the City of Edmonton, Administration Council, and those that live here adopted a desire to divert as much material from the landfill, there's a common goal there, and there was a, quite frankly, a number of things that were tried that we have come to understand were very ill-considered investments at the time. And to some degree, a little more investigation, a little more due diligence, a little more material and analysis might have reversed a few of those decisions. Enerchem, Gray's paper, the original composter building, the electronic recycling facility, and now the digester, hundreds of millions of dollars in projects and investments and decisions that were made that contribute really very little at all now to the facility that we own today. And so from the perspective of if I knew then what I know now, well, what I know now is we need to be far more careful when we consider these things. We need to be far more careful before entering a long-term, multi-year commitment with built-in pricing that we have very little confidence is going to be competitive at the end of that contract. We need to be very clear about what presumptions underpin those conversations. We were presented with 2 net present value numbers today without any backup, without any underpinning data, without any information. Just one of those things is the capital cost of those different options. And typically at this point in the development of a project, those are minus 30 plus 50% error bars around those values. There's no sensitivity analysis here. What if the capital cost alone comes in 50% more than is being presented in this report today? What's the sensitivity to that? What is the rate on that? We have no idea. There's not nearly enough material presented here to properly make this decision. And so to go forward with a decision is an absolute mistake. And to go forward with a decision that is based more on sentiment and feelings and the fairy tale that people have come to believe about the waste management facility is simply folly. This, at the very least, should have gone to council so that this was clearly understood as a political direction. You know, it is just
Point of
so.
order. I'm sorry. That is erroneous, and I think that you owe an apology to this body.
Well, I'm not apologizing for anything I said. People have lost their faith in this thing. People are not getting the information they need to make proper decisions
I'm
about
sorry, Councillor Cartmel, it's a code of conduct issue. It has nothing to do with opinion.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Paquette. What would you like to say?
You have placed motivation on this body that has not been expressed by this body. It is your opinion.
And what is that motivation?
That the decisions were purely political.
They are at the political table. They're not regulatory.
No, I'm sorry. That does not fly.
Well, you're allowed to object.
And you're the chair, so you can do whatever you want.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'll leave it there, Councillor Paquette. Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I want to thank the administration for their transparency in bringing this forward. Overall, I think we all have heard it for many decades. Edmontonians are some of the most climate conscious and conscientious citizens in the world. We know that composting is here to stay. We love our gardening. We love stewarding our community, our planet, our yards. We have a carbon budget. And one thing that didn't come up today is if we had to factor in all of the additional methane release over the next number of years into our carbon budget, I mean, that, you know, we can do the math on where that additional incredible pollution would be coming from there too. I share the frustration of my colleague about the previous investments. I mean, just in since 2017, I think an additional $20 million were put into the HSADF, and to see the province changing the conditions that kneecap that business case, to see that not coming to fruition, definitely has got a sting and has to have a little trauma for Council Paquette as well, and all those who were on the last council who made those expenditures. I appreciate that the administration has brought forward this, that they did the third-party review, that they have been they flagged this for us. I think back in June, we saw it in the news that we were going to be facing a shortfall here. So really, and as others said, doing nothing is not an option. We need to move ahead here, and why I'm supportive of this approach is it does. You know, we don't think in year to year. We don't think in 4-year election cycles. We have to think in the next century of what Edmonton is going to be. And this, in a sense, still buys us time about before we put down another piece of concrete or another capital expenditure. We still now have flexibility here to think about what we want to do, cost things out, and figure out what our long-term strategy is going to be around organics. And this gives us optionality, which as much as it may seem counterintuitive, voting on a short-term contract like this helps us address the present challenge while giving us opportunity for future options. So I'm pleased to move the recommendation and give it back to the chair.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
In favor.
Sorry, we're waiting on Councillor Salvador and Councillor Carl.
I'm a yes.
I'm a no.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. That completes our agenda of items for today. Are there any notices of motion or motions without customary notice?
Yes.
Please go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. At the September 10th and 11th City Council meeting, I will be moving that City Council, I'll be moving that an exemption to City Policy C450B be granted to allow for a grant funded from the Heritage Reserve to the We Can Society for the purpose of purchasing the Harcourt House Artist Run Center property at 10215 112th Street, Edmonton. And that upon completion of the We Can Society's purchase of the property, administration commenced the process to designate the Harcourt House Artist Run Center as a municipal historic resource. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Notice is received. Any other notices?